Oh, the excitement. I'm an hour early today. Exciting about Factorio. Feels good, man. Alright. What were we doing? What are we doing? Just built all that power down here. We're making sure that we automate copper. We did automate copper. But we might as well build some of these automatically. Oh, look at that. What do we need? Need gear wheels. I'm pretty sure I decided I'm happy with this length. Right? Could make it a little bit longer. No, I'm pretty sure I'm happy with this. We can just go somewhere else if we need to make more. Oh yes, we need to make steel as well. So what is that plan? Do I want to take all this iron in here and have this as a steel thing? Or do I want to have this as a steel thing and then bring iron in from up here? Yeah, let's do the steel thing. I need more iron. Look at that. Alright, we still have a lot of... Don't need turrets, not yet anyway. Since I'm not playing with any enemies. So I don't need military... optics. This is fine. So we have one line going here. Well, actually, I think we want since the iron is coming from here, we can have one going here, and then we can, from the top, we can go here. This whole thing can feed two different lines. One line for steel and one line for actually. Yeah, we'll see that. That's probably fine. Wait, does that hit the thing? Yes, it does indeed. Probably want some extra space in the inside. Don't know why I would though. Oh. That's junk. Much better. There we go. Oh no. There we go. Much better. Looking pretty nice, doesn't it? Wait, did I screw this up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, we're fine. We're fine indeed. Okay. So what we do on this side though is that we go this way. Looking good. No, wait. Start with... Oh. Where are they? Here. Start with these. Wait. Why did it... That's some sort of mistake? It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Need more arms. We need to automate that shit. That takes way too long to build. Look at it. It's crazy. Alright, here we go. Alright. Do I pull it far out? Far out, man. probably want to put this here. Actually, no. Yes. I want to take some coal. Where do I want to meet? Here, probably. So we dive. Oh, is that it? We just, oops, that's, oh. What? I think I need, I'm gonna need more iron, right? So maybe a little chest right over here. Yeah, what about this? Alright, just to get some limiting chests. Yeah, I can do that. Don't want to do that at this very moment, though. Alright, so these bring stuff here. We just pull straight up here and in there. Well, at the same time, we... Nope, not there, but here. Look at that. And we've got steel production going. Actually, that's... Pretty sure I want to do the same thing I did over there, just having this. Is that enough space? Or do I want more? That is probably enough. Look at that. Beautiful. Some power. I don't even think I can make steel yet. Pretty sure I can't do it yet. Oops. But that is fine. We will do some sciencing soon enough. What was it? That was off. Perfect. That's the rest. No fuel, eh? Yes, of course, no fuel. Better filters. Splitters can be configured to filter specific items or to prioritize. Oh. I'm not sure this worked before. I remember using filter inserters for this. This I remember using though. Priorities. Wait, steel, right? Oh, no. No steel. Wait. I'll probably have done steel already. Ooh, the tool belt. I'm guessing electronics. Oh. Okay, so... Two chests. More chests. Look at that, we've got steel going. Oh, we need more miners in this field. This spot, I mean. It's straight in the way. There are different philosophies, I know, on... well, philosophies might not be the word for it. Different ways to play Factorio. I like to spread them out. Some people like to set them as close as possible to each other. I mean, I see both as valid. It's just personal preference and playstyle. I don't like go out looking for new... I like these to hold longer. That makes sense. Each drill will work for a little bit longer when doing this. In assuming that we use all the output. Assuming we use all the output, this will last a little longer. I will get less and I will be how to put it? Yeah, you get the point. You get the point. Alright, so here we can get rid of all of this stuff. And we can make another one right here. Okay, what next? Still not enough, eh? Build some more of those. Oh, I've got so much stone. We might as well build some repair packs just to have them laying around. Wait, no power? Oh, I screwed up the power? Yeah, look at that. Somehow these were not connected. Very strange. Very strange indeed. Actually, gotta finish this bit. I did not do that. Oops. Oh. This is fine. Is that looking good? Yes. Oh, all out of inserters again. Need a lot of them now. All of the iron. Feel I can probably increase the output here a little bit. Oh, you're in the way. Sorry. Perfect. Perfect. That's gotta be a problem though. Didn't think that placement through, did I? Well, I can use one of my... use burners. 1, 2. Yeah, let's do that. Never thought about that before. Only, oh no, I don't fit any electric drills here, therefore I can't drill anything. But I can. I have these, right? Like so. A place to put all my extra coal as well. Something like that. Oh, fuck. That did not work as intended. Actually, what I can do is that I can grab them and put them like this. Yes. That works. I think, right? Well, I miss out on this little line here, but I think that's better. Probably fine, probably fine. Alright, we've got more than we need. That is what we like to see. Well, Never got that. Oh, look, we did forget to do the thing. Oh, we forgot to do the thing over here as well. Gotta be balanced. Looking fairly balanced. I missed something. Ah, power. There we go. Nice. Steel is so fucking slow, so let's double up on steel. Oh, thank you, electronics. Both fast inserters are red signs? How did that happen? I'm surprised. Well, might as well spend our stuff. Last but not least. Alright. Pretty sure that's not even gonna be enough. It's gotta be enough for now. Alright. I was planning on running on that belt, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. Running just to the side of it. Okay. Moving through this forest. Can do that later. For now, that forest sucks. Actually, part of me just wants to build something temporary. Yes, I want to build something temporary. Do I build that? Well, temporary. I can, like, build stuff in this little area and have that. This is a little... what's it called? Like a hack together thing that I could move around. Just to make sure that I do it with a lot of space. Right, so the plan will probably be to move all the stuff over here. Oh, and you see it becomes... Oh, a lot of water. Alright, so we do have a plan then. The plan is to take all these well, thinking about extensions here. What if I want to extend these further out? I mean, I can extend this way and I can extend this way. I think extending this way is a more valid choice. Since I can do rebalancing over here. Rebalancing, like if this becomes too long, rebalancing becomes much more annoying. Getting higher throughput, there we go. Getting higher throughput on a single line is more annoying than getting more throughput here. Going up north. Let's assume we wanted to make it a little bit longer. Or no. The plan then would be to take all the resources. Just move them along this path like over here. And then start a bus. Well, some sort of processing. Yeah. Somewhere here. Actually, we could probably just start moving up here. And we get a lot of space to our left and right of our resources. That is what I want to do. We start from down here and we go up just on the other side of the cliff. I can pull... that. I can ghost this. Just showing my possible lines so I don't forget that it's gotta be 2 lines here. Oh, that was all of them, eh? Alrighty then. All out of inserters as well. Where would you... Forest. Can't have any forest or nature. Burn them all. Nope, that did not work. What about this? No. Here we go. Actually, I would probably want to put it over here, though. Have the extra spaces on this side rather than here. I never want to pull anything here, right? Because of this wall. Well, sooner or later I'll wreck the walls, I suppose. Do we want to start moving north immediately? Probably, yes. Few extra spaces. Not to get too close here. Like, probably from here. Yeah. Want some extra space here. Fast replacing. Oh. I've already done that. Hello, cat. You wanted... Alright, so what we do is that we go like this. And oh, okay. Oh, that's way too many. And then we build more of these. Oh, we can... Alright. Can just place ghosts. This is how we start out. Oh, look at that. almost screwed up. So we go here. Just to get more space to do whatever. Oh. Oh, that's a quality of life. I didn't notice that. It forces me to stay on the line. It's perfect. Alright, and then we're gonna do the same thing over here. Did I need more space than this? Maybe. We'll see, we'll see. Probably even. Yeah, I think I need to go further away. And let's do that. Actually, you know what? Let's put let's put these over here. Alright, so how many spaces do I want in between these? 4 probably. Well, actually, let's go with 6 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops. Damn it. Can I remove them equally? No. Oops. That is probably fine. That is probably fine. Then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ghost. This whole thing. Man, I love this new ghosting feature. Did not have this last time I played. The ghosts. Maybe the ghosts were always this good. But I never used them. That would check out. Actually, I'm pretty sure I want to do... oops. No, I want to do this, I'm pretty sure. Nope. Just kidding. Oh, look at that. That was interesting. I had no idea I did that. Alright. Oh fuck, that's not even it. Steel comes from over here. So what we do then is that we run it way over here. Oops. But from here, we don't move through. Instead, we move down here. And these are gonna go, these have to go. Remove the things. Alright. That is way better. Then, do we really move down here? Yes. Fuck. Yeah, close enough for rock and roll. Oh. Can't build here. Alright, so 2 of these. Is fine. Perfect. Yeah, I'm happy with this. What we do is that we actually build this line. I need more iron. All out of roads. All out of roads. This here, probably. Nope. Nope. Gotta build this thing. Wow. Oof. That was close. Well, not super close, I suppose. Getting all the iron. All of it. It's mine. Okay. Perfect. And we can build some more. Okay. I'm pretty sure we want to scale up this production. Just a little bit. That's not gonna work. There we go. Looking good. Oh no. It's one more. There we go. Way more of these. Way more. Way more. Even more. What did I forget? Power. We gotta have more power. Oh, I did pull power along this whole thing. Perfect. So will I move power in a straight line from here? Actually, let's fill out this thing. That is so weird. Ah, here we go. Looking good. Do I want it just immediately next to it? Or do I want space in between? I'm gonna want to replace all of these later anyway. Along this line anyway, that's gotta be annoying. Let's build some more of those. The plan now is to start just crafting some of these and yeah, some of all the stuff that I need. What are we thinking? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's probably good. Alright, so this is all... Oh, this is all free real estate, right? Actually, do I need this extra space? Yes, of course I do. I always need extra space. What I do is... Oh, that line here. And we will build more assembling machines. Right, we start out... Probably here. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see, do I need... Can I just pull them all like that? Probably, yeah. Oh. Let's not build those. Let's instead build more of these. Gonna need way more of those. And we want... Not you, we want this. And we want more of them. How many more? Wait, how did we copy again? They gave like a queue. Oh, here we go. Oh, we copied the building, but not the blueprint. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, we could probably go just all the way up. No. Not yet. That is the plan, though. Alright. Then we... Alright. So we've got something going on. Alright. So what we do then is that we move all of these. This full line is gonna go... Wait. Dragging underground belts. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I don't want to do that, though. Is this good, or do I need some extra space in between here? Oh, this is probably fine. And then this here will be my little personal bank. What we do is that we take this, and we will do this. Oh. Something like that. Oh, I need more power poles. Any more? Wait, that's... Alright. The thing how to deal with this, the mistake I always do is I look at the pole and the annoying part that the poles don't line up. But this little blue thing, the blue square, does line up. Which makes it super easy if you just follow the square, like the range of the thing. It's way more helpful. Wait, did I miss something? Right. Oh. There we go. I mean, I can also do one of these just because I can. Just to make sure they don't stop working. Do we need more splitters? Oh, what's that? Iron? More splitters. We need more drills. That's probably more iron as well. Need so much iron at the start. Get all of this. Yes. 30. Perfect. So let's build them. How many of these do I have? Oh, we need more of these. Oh, right. Let's stop doing that. Alright. Now it becomes easier. What was I building again? More splitters. Get that. Now I don't have to build these anymore. Alright, so now we do the exact same thing. But do it with what's it called again? Copper cable. Copper cable. Or do I want just a copper cable to run here? Oh. Is that the thing? No. I mean, this is for personal use, yes, but I'm gonna do more stuff for personal use. I'm gonna need to... Well, I mean, I suppose, maybe. Do I want to use this space for it? Yeah, let's do this. I use this space for it, and I go both sides of this line. Then well, I drag it out here, I suppose, but that's fine. Right, I need to craft more of these. And I need to have them somewhere here for now. Okay, so no. Oh. What I want to do is probably here. Probably. Oh. Something like this. Alright. Now we take power here. Mm. And we create these. Which we will then drag all the way. Yeah, I can fit one more. So we drag it all the way here. Yes. Oh, fuck. Can't have that there. It'll have to be here. I want to ground the copper right or left? We'll see, we'll see. Cross that bridge when we come to it. Okay. Is this fine? This is probably fine. Let's grab all of these, make me happy. And we craft some more chests. Craft, oh, look at that. So much better. Oh. All right. Yeah, that's probably good. Then we drag this. Oh, spaghetti. Grab this over here. Oh, we need more underground belts. Look at that, I can just build them. I love that. Alright, so what's next? Transport belts? Oh, look at this. This is not working. Need more. Way more. Oh, good morning and good evening, Blasphemous. How are you doing today? How has your day been going? Nice to see you again. Alright, I need more assembling machines. On this line here. This is nowhere near enough. Alright, that's way better. Perfect. Oops. More. I need more. Blasphemous asks, when playing this game, do you ever feel bad for destroying the environment? No. It's part of the fun. Well, I feel when I play, since I don't play with any biters, any enemies, when those times when I play with biters and unlike the enemies, then I feel a little bit bad about destroying the environment because it pisses them off, and that means I have to deal with them and take care of that, and that's annoying. So I feel a little bit bad about that, I suppose. But other than that, no. We can burn it all. Actually, it's been quite fun. I mean, all this forest is gonna go, right? I don't know if I'm gonna burn it, I'm gonna shoot it, I'm gonna run through it. Some way this forest is gonna go. It's not welcome here. Like, there's a big fucking forest here where I can build glorious industry. Glorious industry. Oops. Alright. So, where was I? Alright, look at this. So beautiful. All the industry. Okay. What we do is that we take from here. Oh man, it's so slow. Oh, it's slow because my iron production is slow. Of course, of course. It's like an alien planet with hostile creatures. Well, I am the hostile creature. I'm the hostile alien. And that's fine. I mean, I have no sympathy for this planet or its inhabitants. Oh man. I can say that because it's a video game. Oh, look at this. We can even go further. Ah. Further down here. We need more. We need more. We need to get rid of all the resources. That is the spot. Need more of these. Look at this. It's so beautiful. I don't need to craft any iron gear wheels anymore or any copper wire. Oh, fuck. Of course I didn't bring any copper cable. Blasphemous says that I feel bad in RPGs when animals are just minding their business, looking cute, and you come by and kill them. I mean, sometimes I feel the same. But it's like, oof. Why are we doing this? Like, we were having fun about that in Path of Exile. Like, all the enemies are called monsters. But in the last expansion, it was clearly we were just Like the whole expansion was about we were breaking into people's places, robbing them and murdering them. That was the game mechanic of the Path of Exile thing. And the game insisted on calling these people that we broke into their homes, murdered them and took their stuff. And the game insisted on calling them monsters. That's so fucked up. Oh yeah, that's such a problem. Blasphemous says that, I suppose the winners write history. Well, you can define winners in different ways as well, I suppose. But yeah, whoever is left writes history, if that makes sense. How does our power look? Just fine. Just fine. But it's like I feel... I often try to play the... What is it called? Like the goody two-shoes? Or whatever you want to call it. In RPGs. Always when you get to make the choice in the... Like the explicit choice. For example, saving the little sisters in BioShock. I do that. Oh, look at this. Do I want to increase this production? Probably, yeah, just look at it. It's super empty. Let's go all the way here, yes. But at the same time, it's like when the game does, like, if part of the game is murdering innocent people, or innocent animals for that matter, I don't mind. It's part of the game, right? Parts of me feels old though, because I haven't played GTA 5 yet, and just as a kid, I remember, like a teenager, I really enjoyed running over all the people and finding that fun. But now as an adult, it's like it doesn't. I don't get anything out of it. It's not fun for me anymore. Blasphemous asks, do you watch anime? Actually, I haven't watched any anime in 2 years now, I don't think. I rewatched, well, fairly recently. Some people don't consider it an anime. Fairly recently, I rewatched Avatar: The Last Airbender. And before that, like a couple of years ago, I rewatched the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Oh man, I love Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. But I've not really been in the mood, but I'm guessing that will get in the mood soon again. There are some animes that I want to watch still. Blasphemous say, oh, the NPCs in GTA was assholes anyway. Oh, but still, I mean... Blasphemous says, this Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy game looks good. Yeah, I've seen it, like, in the periphery. Kinda seems like something that maybe I would enjoy. It's a reading experience, right? Like, before I started streaming, like just, what was that, a couple of months ago, I had never played any visual novels. I had watched some being played, and I wouldn't really see myself playing them. But now, since starting streaming, they're reading out loud and talking about them. That makes it so much fun. I really enjoy reading and the talking. Yeah. Blasphemous says, yeah, visual novel / crime solving. Yeah. Like, that's a little bit... I don't really know what I should do after... my brain just farted. To the moon. I'm terrible with names, right? Well, to the moon. Right. After To the Moon, I don't quite know what I'm gonna do next, what I'm gonna read after that. I'm thinking A Night in the Woods. But at the same time, I'm not so sure that that is how much reading it is in it. And how much puzzling and stuff or whatever. Don't know. I can probably... Actually, let's build some more of these. No, let's not. Let's go pick some loot up. Pick some loot up. Part of me feels like it's time to read Crime and Punishment. Yeah. I've never read Crime and Punishment, and it's been like one of those things. People says, oh, you gotta read this. I'm like, maybe I should read that? Alright, look at the speed of this crafting. Gotta automate the electronic circuits. Oh, yes. That is probably what I want to do as soon as I increase my throughput here. I mean, there are probably many amazing books that are in the public domain that I could just read. Why does all these blueprints end up here? Let's put them in. No, that's not how we do it. This is how we do it. All right. We don't want that here either. Wait. There we go. Perfect. Have you seen the game Orwell? Is there a game called Orwell? I've only read 1984. Orwell? No, I mean Orwell. Keeping an eye on you, Steve. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, I think maybe? No. Seems like a puzzler, though. Alright. Big Brother has arrived, and it's you. Investigate the lives of the citizens to find those responsible for a series of terror attacks. Information from the internet, personal communications, and private files are all accessible to you, but be warned, the information you will supply will have consequences. I think I have heard. There was some similar thing where you were working as a like an airport kind of thing. I saw someone talk about a similar game. I think this would make me feel icky, though. I'm not sure I could... No, probably. I'm probably desensitized to all this. But this... My initial reaction just seeing this is just like, ooh, this feels like it's gonna feel gross. So invasive. But it's only video game characters, right? And I'm guessing the full point, since the game is called Orwell, all the point is to make you feel a little bit icky when you play it, I guess. Blasphemous says, yes, that is most likely the point. Most likely indeed. Coleman122. Oh, nice to see you again, Coleman. How are you doing? I'm taking a little break from Deep Rock Galactic. I needed something something super chill. Like all this Gentoo work has... Yeah, all that Gentoo work kinda... Oh fuck, did I miss? Oh, I missed this one, these three here. Oh, that sucks. Okay, he says, Coleman. You playing this before? Yes. Coleman says, I've seen it before. I've played this many times before. It's one of my favorite games. Oh, and I miss another line. Oof. Oof. Oh, running out of... I love this. Having all the Iron Gear wheels ready. Yeah, this is one of my favorite games that I've ever played. This is one... You've probably heard that question before. If you got to choose one game to just erase your memory from and play it like you're playing it for the first time again, this is one of those games, ending up high on that list for me. I'm actually curious, what's your answer to that question? Like, if you could erase your memory from a game and replay it, what would it be? Looks nice, but I wouldn't pay $30 for it. Is it $30? I thought it was 20. I paid 20 euros for it and I was sure. Oh. It's... I mean, I've gotten... Can I see this here? Like, amount played? No. But I'm like at 600 and... Yeah, I was at 666 hours played on this game. And after this playthrough, I mean, a playthrough... Like, my first playthrough probably took like 50 hours. And I had a blast the entire time. And I will see myself playing this game again in the future. But it's like... I can understand as well that this is not a game for everyone. Right? It doesn't have mass appeal. I mean, the people who play it do enjoy it. I mean, and I was like you when I first saw it. It was a friend who told me like, "Oh, this game looks kind of cool. Let's try it out. Let's play it." And first I was like, "I don't know, man. That doesn't look fun." But he was my friend, and I was like, "Sure, of course, of course." Next, we will play one of the games that I want to play, and fell in love like super quickly. Like, we were playing the whole day. Like, oh fuck, the whole day went on. Then we spent like the whole weekend just running around learning Factorio. So great. But I actually like their approach of monetization. I only paid 20 euros, as I said. But that, they've claimed, we will never put this game on sale. It's always gonna be... We've figured out a price that we like for this game, and that is the price we're going with. Never any sales, we won't lower the price, nor anything. And I feel it has like a timeless graphic, right? A lot of people won't find the graphics off-putting, but I can see why. I can see this being timeless, right? Never getting old. If you enjoy or accept the graphics as they are. Coleman 122 says, then for your question, it would be either the Portal franchise or Half-Life franchise. Actually, that is a game that I need to play. I have not played Half-Life. That is one of those games that one of those series that I have neglected to play. Actually, let's get even more going on here. Like this. Portal was great though. I tried to get my nephew. I take care of my nephew from time to time. He comes out, hangs out, and we play video games. He's just a 10-year-old kid. So I'm like, oh, let's find some proper nice video games for him to play. So I'm trying to get him to play Portal. The issue is he comes from consoles and haven't really learned how to use keyboard and mouse yet. So getting him to play keyboard and mouse game is... He doesn't really enjoy it. He needs to learn how to handle a computer first. Like I wanted to put him on the Linux path as well. But that's... I think he's too young. Coleman says, because they're nice. Yes, they're very nice. Colgate in on tap. Oh, good morning, Colgate in on tap. Nice to see you again. None. I'd rather keep improving from my current level than start from the beginning. Oh, don't you have like a TV series or movie or book or something that you've read that you really enjoyed that you would want to experience again, like fresh? Rather keep improving. Yeah, I can see that. Just for the enjoyment of the story, I suppose. Wait, Coleman asked, for this game? Wait. This is actually idiotic if you think about it. What are you talking about? I lost the context. I'm sorry, Coleman. People are more likely to buy a game even if it's just 10 to 15% off. I mean, yeah. I agree with your point that people are more likely to buy it. But I still find that value judgment to be way better. They have put a value, right? This is how well, I mean, not thinking about inflation there because the price will go down, right? Inflation. But idiotic it's only idiotic from a certain frame of reference. If your goal is to just sell as many games as possible, being a true and proper capitalist, then yeah, I can see that. But if you have like an ethical statement within the whole thing, right? That's an ethical statement for them, right? They don't like that type of advertisements and what's it called? Putting percent off, you know? Putting it on sale. They had, I'm pretty sure it was an ethical statement from them. Right, so if it's an ethical statement, then calling it idiotic is kind of narrow-minded. Wouldn't you agree, Coleman? Colgate Inotem says, yes, but not games. Oh. Do you enjoy narrative games at all, Colgate Inotem? I'm curious. Coleman says, and for the $20 thing, it used to be $20 and then it changed on April the 16th. On 2018. Oh, that's surprising. What happened on the April the 16th on 2018? Yeah, it was oh, right. I think they made the decision then. They had just started out not thinking about it and maybe changed their mind. That's kind of curious. Well, I did buy it before that time, I suppose. Coleman says, I don't know. Maybe they decided that, well, our game has higher value. And I mean, I find that fine. Isn't Valve doing the same thing with I know Nintendo do the same thing. They can put things on sale, I suppose, but they never lower the price. And I think Valve is doing a similar thing, right? Their games... Actually, I don't know about that. I just had a memory of it. But it feels a little bit like a manufactured memory. It feels like it's not real, that memory. But I don't know. I don't know. Memories are tricky like that. Screw in with you? Coleman says, I mean, games that were made by passionate and good developers. I mean, good is a value judgment, right? Like Subnautica. Oh, I want to play Subnautica. Or DRG. What is DRG? I don't know what that stands for. I don't remember. That were in early access. Had the game on discount multiple times. Yeah. Oh, Deep Rock Galactic. Right. Of course. I've been playing it quite a bit lately, right? How's this happening? This one is empty. This one is full. Oh, of course. I pull from one side. That is what's happening. That's fine. I mean, I'm guessing most people who become game developers are passionate. I'm guessing they can probably lose their passions. Like, all that. What's it called? Crunch? And the romanticized bits of it will probably take away from the passion for some people, I suppose. And I mean, that is whataboutism, right? Just because someone does something doesn't mean that everybody, like I said, it was an ethical statement, I'm pretty sure. They decided we don't want to do this. And I find that, yeah, I can respect that, if that makes sense. I wouldn't call it idiotic. It's like they made a decision that is not purely a monetary value. If you're passionate about your game, then, I mean, if you just want people to play your game, then just release it for free, right? Coleman says, I don't know about the second one, Below Zero. Oh? Does tome count? Right, look at that. Those are some passionate well, yeah, those are some passionate developers, I'm pretty sure. Coleman thinks that the second one is a kind of wonky, crazy. Stinky. There we go. It's a stinky emote. Oh, that's too bad. Well, as I said, I still haven't played the first one. I'm looking forward to doing that, though. That's one of those games that I neglected to play. I have such a long list. I love that. Alright. So now they always have access, right? So what is slowing me down? It is the inserters, which means that I can... Oh, no fast inserters yet. Let's get the fast inserters going. I need fast inserters for these. I need to craft them faster. I mean, I could just use more inserters, I suppose. Like this. That will increase the throughput. Oh, Thomas kind of has narrative. Yeah, but like replaying it with no memory of the thing feels... That feels... I mean, the narrative is kind of boring, isn't it? Lul says Coleman. It took them 3 years to already make it. To make what? Same kind of time that it took for Subnautica to be released from early access. And for Below Zero, they had already had most things coded. What are you talking about, Coleman? What took who 3 years? And why is that funny? Blasphemous says, it is relaxing to watch the machine slave away. Yes. I really needed this. Like all that Gentoo stuff, it burned me out a little bit, so I feel a little bit exhausted. So I needed something chill, just watching the machines slave away. Oh, right. Subnautica 2. Below Zero. They changed the start line every 3 weeks. Probably did that, says Coalmine. Yeah. Below Zero. Blasphemous says, I don't have to feel bad about enslaving machines, or do I? I mean, it. Actually, that's an interesting semantic distinction there. They're not. We're really not enslaving them. That's not really what happened. Right? Enslaving is something we do to... I'm not even sure we call it that when we do it to animals. We call it that when we do it to humans. Like if we take sentient creatures, maybe animals we could enslave. Well, we could enslave animals as well, I suppose. You can either be in a symbiotic relationship where you help each other out, right? Give something and you gain something. You could be in that relationship. Or you could be in a relationship where you only take and take and take. More like a... what's that called? Parasitic relationship. I mean, you understand. And that the parasitic one is more of a slavery kind of thing. But the machines, they're not living beings. We're not taking anything away from the machine, right? The machine doesn't feel any pain. The machine doesn't have any needs. The only needs it have is like these machines need power to function. So actually, it's not the machines that need power. It's me who need to power the machines. That makes sense? So no, you don't have to feel bad about it until we have an AI who it doesn't become an ethical question until if we create an AI that has emotions and can feel bad and or good about stuff, then it becomes an ethical question, right? Then maybe you could consider feeling bad about machines. Coleman 122 says it is actually kind of like hurting me physically. Just how straight up long it took them to make it. And at the very end, the storyline will be just the sub one, but with ice and different flora and fauna and not unique, just like the first storyline version. Oh, it's a little bit sad if they lost. What is it called? Their aim, like the goalpost. They didn't know what they do. I can see that's a little bit sad, but hurting you physically? Man, I can... that is also kind of sad, isn't it? I feel sorry for you, man. That it feels that rough for you. I mean, that's the feeling of disappointment, right? I kind of felt like that for a couple of games, sequels. That rough, raw disappointment on Oh man, they did something so well the first time and then just... Oof. What if the machines have become sentient and we have not realized it? Oh, remember, we've talked about that many times before Blasphemous, right? Ignorance, I mean, our ethical... The way I see it, that is that our ethical... what word am I looking for? Consideration is to actually try and find information, right? Pay attention. Try and not be ignorant. And so far, I'm pretty sure we as a species are pretty good at that. Just making sure that they are not sentient yet, right? We're trying to make AI and do a lot of studies. We have like Turing tests and all of those things that we're working out just to see, right? So if we haven't realized, I wouldn't say that like that ignorance cannot be blamed for our ignorance then, since we've done our best. And nobody can do better than their best. I wouldn't blame... Oops. Why are the machines being further up being lazy? Wait, these ones? It's because like input, output. It can't output anything. The belt is full. So it can't craft. Like, I have my gears here. I need to get rid of them before I can craft new gears. That's why they're being lazy. I've built it this way, you know, to fill the belts. Fill the belts, because I want to fill these chests. I want to build more stuff. Gotta build some more stuff. More stuff. Alright. Coleman says sentient machines. Yeah, I don't think I will buy that game. Actually, I think I will keep away from it. This game? Yeah. There's no sentient machines in this game, of course. But yeah, I can see that. Like this game, if you like the idea of automation, this game is for you. If you want a game about a story, then this game is not for you. If you want a game about combat, I mean, there is combat in the game if you want it. I don't want it. I just want to build a huge fucking factory. That is what I want. Blasphemous says, I got Subnautica bundled. Nice. Congratulations. It's a good thing to get, I think. Well, everybody I've heard that played Subnautica really liked it. Blasphemous asked, have you played Big Pharma? No, I have not. I don't know what it is. Let's see. Blasphemous also said earlier that I could see AI creating a lot of... Wait, I could see AI creating a lot of the news that we hear. Wait. I could see AI creating a lot of the news we hear that never goes anywhere. What do you mean? I don't quite understand what you meant there, Blasphemous. Let me catch up with the chat here. Coleman said, when I bought Subnautica around 2016. Oh. Back when the game still used the old Unity engine version. I bought it to support the devs. Yeah, to keep the game going, so that it might be a great one in the future. Lo and behold, it is a great game. Yeah, sometimes that happened. Sometimes the devs just abscond with your money. It's kind of sad, isn't it? Fucked up stuff. But yeah, if you have trust in the devs, I can see that. A lot of the news we hear, said Blasphemous. I still don't understand. What news are we talking about? Oh, and he didn't see the part with why the machines are lazy. It's because I let them be lazy. Coleman says I couldn't even run the game at 60 FPS on my old laptop with the lowest quality setting. Yeah. It's rough. I have a fairly new computer. That feels good when you get that opportunity. Big Pharma is another automation game, says Blasphemous. Ooh, maybe I should look it up. Colgate In on Tab says, a few years back, AI got citizenship in Saudi Arabia. But wasn't that kind of like, weren't they kind of memeing? Like a joke? Let's check this out. Big Pharma, and it's 70% off. Actually, no, did you show me? I've looked at this before. I don't remember why, but when I looked at it, it just felt like, well, this just looks like a cheap knockoff of Factorio. Let's see. 2015, I want like a 2020 review, 2017. I wasn't sure about this game, but it was on sale and it had a cute name, so I spent the money. I do not regret the purchase. In fact, if I had to, I would happily pay the full price. That's pretty good. Huh. Well, you managed to deliver something completely different than I expected. By the way, puzzle game. Ah, it's more puzzling. Yeah. More of the puzzling aspect. I've played other games like these. The last one I played was the... Oh, fuck, what was that called? It was an itch.io game. Pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. Blasphemous, I got that game bundled too. A lot of bundles. I think I've never bought a bundle in my entire life. Well, I did get the BioShock bundle. That is a bundle that I did get. But other than that, I don't know. Coleman says, Big Pharma injecting toxins in our bloodstreams? Well, yeah, imagine being one of those people. Yeah, it's got to be exhausting, right? Blasphemous says, if you're a patient gamer, you can get a lot of the games that you want bundled for a small fraction of the price. I don't know if I agree that patient is the word. Like, I see myself as fair. Oh, well, I'm not super patient, but I'm quite alright on the patient scale. But well, maybe I'm not. It's more like I have a reactionary personality, right? Like, suddenly I'm not playing Deep Rock Galactic. And suddenly I'm not playing Tome. Suddenly I'm just playing Factorio. Like, reaction to inner states, you know? And that was like Deep Rock Galactic. Well, it was on a free weekend, and then I had to just buy it because it was so much fun, and I had looked into it before. So I don't know if that is necessarily patience. Oh, here we go. That's not about being a patient gamer. That's being about a patient spender. And that I am not. All right. Yeah, I'm not a patient spender. Coleman seems like he's similar to me. No thanks. I want to play the game before I have kids. I mean, I can see the value in it, right? There are so many games to play. There are so many games that one could play. I've just been running around in circles for a while now. I haven't done anything. I haven't built anything. So let's figure out, what am I doing next? I probably won't... am I doing this? Yeah, let's have this as... Well... Let's automate some roads down here. Yes. Like right here. Let's automate some roads. I want transport belts, and I want inserters from here. So let's do that. Oh, the cat is adorable. Just playing around, having a good time. Alright. No, not like that. Like this. Alright, first things first. We want to get these, and it's 1-to-1 ratio. That's fine. We can actually... 1, 2... How far off do I want to go? Do I want to just go... Actually, I can just do this. To be super... Since this is just... I'm just wrecking this shit. It's not supposed to be pretty or anything. It's just supposed to function. I want some free shit. I want to build some stuff. Alright, so... Let's get 4 of those. Like, the whole point of this little area is just to craft stuff for me to come pick up and put in my... in my inventory. Hello, dude. Coleman says, like, if there's a week... if there's a week to one of the Steam sales, like the Chinese New Year holiday, spring cleaning, and other stuff like that. That is not... and other stuff like that. The nice... waiting 3 months for it. Oh, I can wait 3 months for a game, though. I don't have any issue with that. Like, especially now that I'm playing through my backlog. Like, I have Nier Automata on my list, and that is actually a game that I have purchased. So that game is gonna be amazing to play that game soon. Oh, right. You can use copper cable to do that. Very nice. Have your nephew play Hydro Slayer? It'll be fine. Hydro Slayer? I don't think so. I think I need to wait on computer games until they start using computers in school. And it's kind of fucked up that they have not started using computers in school yet. I don't like that. I want them to start using computers in school. So he can... I mean, making him learn Linux and all that shit, it's gonna... That's... I don't even know if that's even gonna happen. It depends on his interests, right? He does like video games. So maybe. But we'll see. I'm gonna need to increase this here. Then it is nice. This Coleman, yes. Alright. I wanted to say that, but I'm a Pippi guy and I woke up like an hour ago. It happens. It's fine. It's me as well. I'm terrible at interpreting stuff quite often. Blasphemous said, I've had Factorio wishlisted since January 28, 2017 because it will never go on sale. Then why not if it will never go on sale and you will never buy it because of that, then why not remove it from your wish list? And who knows, maybe it will go on sale one day. I mean, they did change the price, right? So they're not that stuck to their morals or whatever. Oh, we're running out of power. Gotta fix that. That is unacceptable. I would have had like that as a 10-year-old, but I was a huge nerd. It says Colgate on tap. Talking about Hydra Slayer. And it'll be fine, he said. Right. So this is bad. This is, we don't like to see this. We don't like to see this at all. Not even a little bit. So I'm guessing I need to place more as well. Let's get this and this. Yeah, don't like to see this at all. This can fuck everything up. Nope, this is the path. I mean, I played console games, I'm pretty sure, when I was 10 years old as well. Some time for me to get used to the computer as well, I suppose. And I mean, when it comes to my nephew, right? Then it's, I mean, I have some wishes of what I would want to do with him, but everything will go according to his wishes, right? He is the boss in our relationship. I just do whatever he wants because I'm that cool uncle, you know, that plays video games with him and just lets him break all the rules. Oh man, I'm a bad influence. Nah, I'm not that bad. I'm a little bit bad, but I'm not that bad. He's not allowed to break the rules. That is actually not what happens at all. But I encourage having a good time. That is what we do when he hangs out. Play video games and stuff. Coleman said, I mean, they increased the price and don't want to go back. This is bad. Feel Stankman? I totally disagree. I mean, they built the game and they made their value judgment and stick with it. Also, I wouldn't, even if they would change and lower the price and go back on their word, that's up to them, right? Like it's I don't see any, like if we're talking about ethics, I don't see any problem with any of that type of behavior, right? It's like a lot of people, I've seen that a lot lately. People are mad at like Twitter and stuff like that because they are censoring people, right? And I hate censorship, right? I don't like anything being taboo. That's my personal value judgment. But at the same time, and I can call Twitter being incredibly ignorant for doing that, which I think it is incredibly ignorant because whatever they are trying to achieve, that is not how you do it, right? Censorship is not how you do it. But it's their company. They are in control of the full thing. Me telling them what to do, that's a little bit rough, I suppose. I mean, it's, if society decides that it wants free speech on Twitter, then that is not about Twitter. That is about society, right? That's about regulations and stuff. So people shouldn't really be blaming Twitter for just doing whatever the hell they want. If people want to see a change, then that's a political discussion. I would not, in the same way, I would not put anything. I can respect people taking a stance and making bad economical decisions for ethical reasons. I like that. Whether I like the decisions they make or not, that I see that as irrelevant. I like people making ethical judgments rather than purely economical ones. I really like that and would encourage that. If that makes sense, Coleman. Colgate Untab says, makes sense that new versions with more features cost more. I suppose. And maybe they decided after having worked on it for like 6 years, that yeah, the price is a little bit too low. Let's increase it. I mean, isn't it hypocrisy? Oh, that's actually hypocrisy. We've been talking in this channel about hypocrisy before. Like I think we have. Well, I've thought about it. I don't know if we've talked about it. But I have this interesting thing because I have been, for the longest time, for like most of my life, like from, well, somewhere in the teenage years, I figured out that, well, everybody is a hypocrite because everybody has opinions, right? They're like assholes. We've said that before. Everybody has opinions, but will not live by them. But we talked about it, and I learned something new. We made a super interesting distinction when talking about stuff, that people have their ethical values, right? And that is an abstraction. What they would want the world to look like and function, right? That's, well, no, not even that. No, that's not it. Ethics are like value judgments about what kind of behavior is acceptable and not acceptable. That is one part of being a human. We do have those things, right? And as you point out, we might not act on them, right? That's not what that is. It's an abstraction. We abstract the world and we build general guidelines. And then we also have something else that we do have is... Wait, what did I need to build these? Oh, I picked it up. Fine. Then we have another question, another idea that we build in our head. And that is the political idea. That is, how do we want the world to function? And that, I mean, it's a subtle difference, but there is a difference. And it's an important distinction because our political views may not necessarily align with our ethical values. Like, because we have, like I have the abstraction. I was talking about freedom of speech earlier, right? And I want people to be able to talk about anything all the time. Talk about all the things. That is one of my ethical views. At the same time, politically, I don't want to have Nazis everywhere spouting their ideology. And that's a political view. I want, ethically, my view says that I want them to be able to say whatever they want whenever they want. But politically, I want to limit where they are allowed to spout their propaganda. Because their propaganda goes against my political views, if that makes sense. Then I do think that censorship is a bad way to achieve this political goal. You can see the distinction, right? And then we have another third dimension. It is how we actually live our lives. Because the politics are also kind of an abstraction based on our wants. They're not based on value judgments. It is what we want our lives to be. And then we have a third completely different aspect, which is how do we behave and how do we aim to behave? How do we achieve our goals and all that? And that is something completely different again from all the two other things. So actually, hypocrisy it's kind of a mean word. And well, it's a mean way to put it, because like calling someone a hypocrite, like everybody makes this. We all have these different abstractions and ideas and behaviors. And calling everybody a hypocrite becomes pointless. Since everybody is a hypocrite, then nobody is a hypocrite and the word becomes meaningless. Right? Alright. This is looking good. We do have power now. That makes me happy. Alright. They said that their price was fair and that they wouldn't change it or discount it. And then they just change it out of nowhere. Well, first of all, I'm not sure that they said that their price was fair. I might have said that, but that might have been... I mean, I don't remember what they said or didn't say. It's what I have said that they have said, and I'm not a trustworthy source because I don't fucking remember. I don't know what they did say or did not say. The only thing I think they said is that they will never be discounted. I'm pretty sure they said that, but I'm not sure. And I'm also pretty sure that they did not change it out of nowhere. I'm pretty sure that they gave heads up in one of their blogs, probably weeks in advance. I'm guessing they said, yeah, we are going to raise the price. I'm pretty sure because they had like a blog every Friday, and I'm pretty sure they talked about it and that discussion because it's a very open developer. So I don't know, but these are just my guesses. I'm just guessing. All right. Oh, I want more of these over here. But yeah, that has been like I've changed my views on hypocrisy and about how humans function and how these are like the ethical abstractions we do are completely different from our politics and our behaviors. And that I was really happy with that insight from our discussions that we've had here on the channel. Very happy indeed. Alright. Colgate InnoTap says that HyperRogue... I've looked... we've talked about that earlier, right? Is it one? Oh, here we go. HyperRogue. Pretty sure. Yeah, exactly. We've showed this. It's like I'm terrible with names again. Was it non-Euclidean? Rogue-like. I mean, I'm thinking that now that you say that, 2D games is probably the way to go. I want to start teaching him to play computer games. Simpler games. Yeah, simpler games. Alright. Colgate InnoTab says HyperRogue also keeps increasing its Steam price. I can see that. It has come a long way from what it was. Yeah. The free version is still free and itch version is still the same price because itch doesn't apparently work well with price increases. Oh, interesting. Colgate InnoTab says that Nazis almost won the last government elections in Finland. Oh man. Like literal Nazis or your interpretation of them as Nazis? Because we have, in Sweden we have what are they called? And we have a party that is having some weird ideas, but they're not literal Nazis. They're not pretending to be Nazis even. They just want to stop all immigration. That's their deal. They do get a lot of votes. Alright, so what we do now is that we put a splitter right here. Well, actually, no. We have a splitter right here. What we do instead is that we move you here and move you here. Wait. Fuck. I need some more space. So we put the splitter here. This here, we put this, like so. Then I can take this and I can run this over. Perfect. And I need to put more coal in these lines. All right. And here we go. Wait. Fuck. No. No. That's not what I wanted at all. Don't need this. Don't need that. Take the coal away. I just need... Damn it. Take that away. Just need this. I think I need to move this later on, but for now this is fine. And then we put a splitter. And we dive down here and we go here. Perfect. Increased output. Throughput. There we go. Blasphemous asks, did they lose because there's 56 adults born in the last decade were not old enough to vote yet? Oh man, that's rough. Let's see, Colgitinotab says, they are not all literal Nazis. Yeah, of course. But the party, I'm thinking that the party, but they have a quite strong connections to literal Nazi groups. Or yeah, right. It's the same with the. It's similar in Sweden as well. That they were born out of Nazi groups, right? But I mean, they are arguing, and I mean, unfortunately, I have to be with my ethics and my politics. They are saying, well, we kicked all the actual Nazis out, which they did kick a lot of people out, and they have distanced themselves from the Nazi party, right? And they do that through both their actions and their words. So it's just they are hostile towards immigration. Well, and I mean, they aren't even hostile. They just want it to stop. They don't want us to start harming people. I guess. Well, what they think in their inner monologues, I cannot speak to. And it's so fucking sad because I've spent a lot of time looking at interviews and just listening to what the party leaders are saying. We're having, how many parties do we have? Like 7 that are in that has something to say about, wait, it's not government, the parliament. Yeah, I think we have 7 different parties in parliament, and all the party leaders are incompetent, right? All of them are incompetent. I hate them all. They're terrible. But the most competent one of them are the one of this party, which is very sad because I disagree with all their politics. I don't think there's a single question I agree with that party. But I have to give them that their party leader is the most competent of all the party leaders, which sucks. For me, because I disagree with the politics, right? Of course, oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do, no. A lot of the people who agrees with the politics are super happy about him, right? He's a little bit of a rock star in those circles. Of course. That is, I'm not surprised about any of that, right? Oh, time to build more of those. Let's build some more of these. Yes, here we go. Colgate Tab said, I don't know those adults' ideologies. Right? Also, they're fucking kids. They don't know shit about shit. Ideologies are too soon for them to have. Also, I don't think that... I don't know if that will work. Wonder if they will be super anti-Nazis just because they will get... I'm just assuming here, but I'm guessing there will be some bullying. Well, bullying, they will get teased for their names, I'm guessing. Just an assumption, but if they would get teased, let's make that assumption. If they do get teased because of their names, maybe that will have a reaction that will make them become super anti-Nazi. Maybe. I don't know. Psychology is weird that way. Could go either way, I suppose. Maybe it will have no impact on their ideology whatsoever. Who knows? Who knows? Blasphemous says it sounds a lot like American Strangely. I don't find that strange. I mean, we're becoming more and more global, right? We're all watching your Hollywood movies, and there's so much talk in between all the English-speaking countries that start to work in similar manners, and I mean, we start thinking more and more in global scales rather than municipal scales, right? We start thinking bigger and bigger about politics, and our cultures become bigger and bigger and more spread out, right? We have subcultures within a local area that is more global cultures, right? A lot of people in agreement across country borders and whatnot. Culture spreading out, so I don't... Wait. Oh, I didn't put any... Need to have these. Oh, no, not that many though. Alright, and we can put them right over here for now. I wonder if it can take from there just fine. Probably just fine. And we want one space in between. That is probably what I want. Blasphemous says I did not vote. It's not worth my time. Man, you should vote. You should vote. You should be... know my ideas, right? I want everybody to be more involved, and even though your vote won't do a lot, it's like even though your vote may not seem to have any impact, the fact that you are voting does have an impact. Like if your government, like our government, only give you the opportunity to make your voice heard once every, do you have 4 years between your stuff as well? Once every 4 years, that is the only time they will actually a little bit almost listen to you. Then you should speak up, right? To increase democracy, even though you only get to say the one word, even though that is the only thing that you want to do. If you don't do it, then why, oh why would any government be encouraged to listening more to what you say? That makes sense. Blasphemous. But I mean, I understand why a lot of people just feel like it's a waste of time, but I'm like, dude, it's just a couple of hours every 4 years. It's not that much time spent. I mean, if you don't want to do it for you or your country, maybe you could do it as a favor to me. Every 4 years, you can do me just a tiny favor. Something like that. Even if it's not worth your time, because I can see that it doesn't affect your life, right? It's just a responsibility. And it's boring and it sucks, but it is nonetheless a responsibility. And I, especially you, Blasphemous, who don't like humans and don't like society, like that, the little opportunity you have to change it, I would argue for it's a good idea to take that small opportunity. Colgate in on tab says we have 9 to 10 parties currently in parliament. Maybe the Finnish ethno-nationalist party is a more fair way to put it than the Nazi party. So what are they fighting for? Kicking people out, or do they actually want to create camps and enslave the lesser being, or do they just want to kick them out? I'm curious. Colgate in on tap. Blasphemous. Yeah, they will get so bullied and then they will grow up with so much hatred and become the next Adolf H, says Blasphemous. Oof. Blasphemous also asks, does it bother you when the conveyor belt continues to move, yet the resources floats in place? No. Actually, I like this here. This is what I like to see because of the function. This makes me happy. This means that as long as the output is what I want to see of the output, then this makes me happy. If this is empty or like moving along, like, do I have any of those belts right now? No. Like if the belt doesn't look like over here, this bothers me. If you see over in this bottom left corner, when the belt is not full, that bothers me because that means that I'm running out. That means that I'm not producing enough. I could produce more. Which means this is a bottleneck right now. Just if I just increase my output a little bit, this is the bottleneck. And that is the reason, right? I went over here before and made this little balancing act, putting extra iron ore onto these belts just to increase the output. Actually, now that we were talking about that, actually let's finish out this whole line. Right, because probably not today, but in like you will notice if you check out later in some hours, I will end up in the spot where I'm like, fuck, I'm running out of this thing. I don't have enough. I need way more than I have. And it will be super, super much bottlenecky, annoying stuff that I would need to fix. Need to fix all the bottlenecks. So it's the opposite way. I like seeing that. Yes, indeed, I do like it indeed. Here we go. More throughput. Looking good, looking good. Blasphemous says, in response to the voting thing, in America we get 2 bad choices, both of which I want nothing to do with. Is that true? I don't think so. Don't you have, like, you can vote for people that have no party affiliation? Like, I have voted 4 times? 5 times? Fuck, I don't remember. 4 times, I'm pretty sure. All the times that I've been allowed to vote, I've voted. And I have voted on 3 different parties, I'm pretty sure. None of those parties ended up in parliament, right? So my vote did do nothing to the actual result of the election. My vote is just like what my vote does. It changes how many people vote. And I mean, I've heard argument, there is a very good argument not to vote as well, to show that like if enough people don't vote, then depending on the government, right? A government can find that annoying. A government could feel like, oh fuck, we're not representing the people well enough, so they don't have trust in us. They could make that interpretation. But you could also have a government that reacts like, oh, they don't care, we can do whatever we want. Right? The interpretation, like you not voting, is up for, like, whatever your political action is up for interpretation. And by not voting, you give them the opportunity to interpret your political action or inaction however they want. The more you involve yourself, the more you take responsibility, the clearer you are, the less they can do that. The more they have to follow your actions, right? The clearer you are. Communication. Node Runner shows up. Oh, hi, I'm new, he says. Do you vote, Node Runner? I'm curious. And welcome. How are you feeling today? How's life treating you? And I mean, so that's like all the governments that end up in parliament in Sweden. I don't know about Finland, but in Sweden I don't like any of the choices of the people actually end up in parliament, or the government for that matter. I don't like any of the choices, but I can still, like, we have a Donald Duck party that usually people vote for, but they don't stand for anything. That is one way to show that you don't. I'm gonna vote for the Donald Duck party. And I was voting seriously for a party that was actually called the Pirate Party. That was twice of my votes. I was doing that, and it was not ironic, it was not sarcastic or anything like that. We had this party called the Pirate Party, and I agreed at that time with their political goals, right? So I voted for them, but they didn't get any influence. But I still took my responsibility, right? Does that make sense, Blasphemous? He says the other choices will never win because of... Yeah, I mean, it's not about them winning. It's about you expressing your... It's about you being involved. It's about increasing democracy, right? It's about you making your voice heard. It's not about anyone winning. It's not about that result. And it will have consequences. It will not have them winning consequences, but it does have consequences. Right? Somebody had to stop Hitler, right? They didn't do it in the political elections. Like, yeah. Other choices will never win because only 5% of the voters aren't falling for it. I mean, yeah, I think your attitude is a bit naive, Blasphemous, thinking that it's a binary thing. Somebody wins, somebody else doesn't win. I mean, even if your whole voting system is corrupt and your vote does not matter at all, I would still put it as a valuable political act. Right? The other 95% enjoy arguing with each other. It gives them a sense of belonging. I mean, that's fine, I suppose. Colgate In on Tap says just vote for them. If enough people do it, then they will win too. Dumb parties. I misunderstood Colgate In on Tap's bit there. Actually, I'm way behind on the chat, so let me catch up for a little bit. Blasphemous said that I would vote for myself, but I don't wish to rule over people. Exactly. You can just vote for yourself because you will never win, so it's fine. Just vote for yourself. Blasphemous says, I believe my vote means I consent to let whomever wins rule over me. Actually, let me get back to that, see if anyone else answers to that, because I don't agree with that at all. Then Nodrunner showed up. We said hello, and he says, I don't vote. And we said, welcome to Nodrunner. I'm anti-authoritarian, says Blasphemous. Then vote for someone who is anti-authoritarian, right? It's about increasing democracy. It's not about who's winning and losing, right? Colgate In on Tap said to Nodrunner, vote to make Streamer-kun happy. Yeah, like I said to Blasphemous earlier, just vote as a favor to me, if for no other reason. Blasphemous says, the Pirate Party, any relation to the Pirate Bay, which is also from Sweden? Yes, close relationships indeed. Nodrunner says, voting adds credibility to a broken system. If we actually want a fair democracy, we would use another voting system. It's not about the system, it's about the people being, like, it seems like I have not convinced you about my views of democracy, so actually I kind of want to do it one more time. Go through it one more time. It's not about the system, it's about you being involved and increasing democracy. If you want a fair democracy, you should be more involved and you should encourage more people to be involved. And if we have a broken system that is terrible, where our votes doesn't matter, it's still we're showing the government and we're showing everybody that we want our voices heard. But I see your point that it could be considered an endorsement of the system as well. Then again, you can vote for someone that is not part of the system. You can vote for yourself. You can vote for, like, don't vote for like one of the big parties. Just vote for someone that actually represents your ideas. Colgate In on Tap says we have the Pirate Party as well. Yeah, I think they spread out and they exist in different parts of Europe. I'm pretty sure they spread out the Pirate Party. Yeah, like it's a European organization now. Blasphemous says the only thing that changes after our elections is which side is now complaining about the other. Well, I totally disagree with that. I'm happy with your last election. I felt stuff were moving in a dangerous direction. I think that if people just didn't vote that dude out, I think your country would be moving towards a more authoritarian country. I mean, there's also the strategic vote, which I'm ethically against, politically for. Personally, I don't do it. I don't do the strategic vote. I vote for the people that the political questions that I find important. But I see the value in doing the strategic vote. Nodrunner says not voting is also part of democracy, showing that you don't agree with the status quo. Well, no, that's actually, I already answered that. It doesn't show that. It just shows that you don't agree. It just shows that you don't vote. And it's up to whoever, it's up to whoever to interpret that as they want to. Since you have not said anything, you have just been quiet, right? People can just interpret that however they want to. Like, it depends on the government in place. They could, you not voting, they could interpret that as an endorsement. We're doing well, so they don't feel the need to even care about voting. So we're doing a good job. That's up to them to do that interpretation if they want to. So you are not showing that you don't agree. You're just showing that you don't vote. To show that you don't agree is not to vote for them and vote for someone else. Right? If you want to show something, then you have to be clear with your communication. Not voting is very unclear communication where they can choose to interpret any way they want to. So I don't see that at all. I mean, from your point of view, you feel that you're showing that, but from someone else, they have no fucking clue what you're doing. They just know, oh, he doesn't vote. That's all they know. And they can read into that whatever the fuck they want. And I'm guessing that some people that maybe people that you would vote, that you would actually vote for, would interpret that as not agree, like showing to not agree with the status quo. But other people that really likes this status quo would interpret it, oh, this person is happy, right? You can see that happening, can't you, Nodrunner? Colgate on tab says, in Finland you can also cast empty votes. Yeah, we can do that in Sweden as well. I've been thinking about doing empty votes, but I was thinking I might as well vote for someone. Like we have Universal Basic Income Party. Base Income Party is what it's called. That's one that I voted on the previous election, I'm pretty sure. That or the Direct Democracy Party. One of those two I voted for, like one question parties. I like those. Nobody gets your vote, but you increase the vote rate, and you also show that there are no parties, right? That is a clearer communication, that there is no party that I want to vote for. Way clearer than not voting at all, isn't it? Blasphemous say nothing changed after our last election. Well, yeah, and that's also like having an election every four years. It's kind of a fucked up system, right? Change takes time. Change doesn't happen over 4 years. I mean, you could have sweeping changes where a lot of stuff like happens instantly, but that's very jarring, and people usually don't want that type of change. I'm pretty sure that what we actually want is to society to improve in what we would consider improvements over time, like moving towards that. Right. Do I need more copper cables? Copper cables and iron plates. Oh, it's right here. They're straight next to each other. That's perfect. So let's just... Oops. Alright, so we do it like this. No, 2 more. That's probably fine. And we take half of them and we move that way. And the other half we move this way. That makes me happy. Let's see. Let's say, all right. Oh, I'm all caught up. So what did, something I wanted to go back to. Here we go. Blasphemous says, I believe my vote means I consent to let whoever wins rule over me. Rule over me. That's an interesting way to put it. That I need to think about that a little bit. Rule over, is that really what you consent to? Oops. I mean, rule, I would probably define as... I mean, it's a combination of what the... I don't know the English words for what these are. We have the parliament and then we have the other part of the government. Right? you would call it the White House, right? The people who are running things. And then we have the parliament that makes the decisions, right? Ruling is a combination of the two, right? So that is like one huge fucking problem I have with the current system, like we have in Sweden. Like the people who, let's call them the people who would end up in the White House, their job is to interpret the laws, right? The parliament makes the laws, and the people in the White House, I don't know what we call those that part of it, they just implement. They do their best to implement whatever the parliament has decided. So, like in a democracy, I would say that we kind of, we organize in hierarchies, right? That's hierarchies. That's what humans do. Yeah, right? That's nothing new. That's what we do. So having the White House, whatever that organization is called, that is a necessity of organizing, right? Because that is, if we want to have an organized society, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's just what we humans do. So we will have some sort of organization either way, right? And that part, I mean, that part will end up, you can agree with what they are doing or not. It's like your voice in that matter. I mean, that I feel that it's more important in democracy, like when we're talking about democracy, that your vote is not about that part of it, not the implementation of it. Your part is the political discourse, more about the parliament and deciding what the rules should be. Right? So that's, if that makes sense, I don't know. Oh, fuck, I didn't read the full message here. I see nothing changed after our last election. Still delayed stimulus, still fear-mongering over Iran, still bombing Yemen, still immigrants' kids in cages. This is all American policy. Yeah, and I mean, you saying that nothing changes is very short-sighted. Like, if you continue, like, don't you think if you would just continuously just move in a specific direction, continuously moving towards the Trump type of personality, don't you think that a consequence of just having that happening all the time, and I feel that this is a little bit of a different, it's a little bit off topic, but don't you think that a consequence of that would be increased authoritarianism? Like, if you vote the same year in, year out, decade in, decade out. Like, stuff takes time to change. Just thinking that a political party can make significant changes in like a year or two, there's too many moving parts. There's too many moving parts, right? All those questions, like the fear-mongering, like that's a bigger problem than just a political issue, right? That's fear-mongering sells. You have what is it called? Where's my mind going? That's like part of media and stuff like that as well, which is like start regulating them and that type of fear mongering and all that type of. I mean, those changes. I mean, you're talking about huge fucking changes. I mean, stopping a war maybe could have been like bombing people could have been easier to stop, I suppose. So, I mean, I have to buy that. Yeah, nothing changed, but that's not what I'm arguing for. I'm not arguing for change. Well, I am arguing for change, but I'm arguing for long-term change. I'm not arguing for the next year. I'm arguing for what will the world look like in 20 years, 40 years, 100 years. Right? Isn't that what politics is about, actually? I mean, yeah, it's about next year and the year after that, but it's both, right? Let's see here. Colgate on Tap says, I might vote for our Finnish ethno-nationalist party. It is the only party that is against compulsory Swedish. I mean, that's weak politics, right? I'm surprised that more parties weren't against that. But I would also argue, don't vote for them just because of that. Node owner says, the whole system is rigged and I won't participate, but you're participating in it. Right? You are a part of society. Like, you have internet, you have electricity. That means you're part of society. The only way to not participate is to fucking leave. Become a hermit, live on, like, do the into the wild thing. Go out in the forest and live alone, live outside society. I mean, if you're not prepared to do that, I would argue, then you don't have a choice. You are participating. As long as you're taking some of the benefits, or any of the benefits for that matter, you're having some benefits from society, therefore you are participating. Like, they will make decisions in the government whether you participate or not, and those decisions will affect you whether you vote or not. Right? It's not a, like, don't you agree? No Donner says America is not a democracy in my opinion. Alright, so let me try to convince you one more time. Here, I actually put the wiki up just to show everything is it. Oh, look at that. I can't spell. This here, would you agree with this? Democracy is a form of government in which the people have authority over those, have the authority to choose their governing legislators. This is what I call a form of government, right? This is a form of government that could be called representative democracy. Like, we're trying to have people who, we have the authority, well, not necessarily representative, but like, this is a system of government. If we just think about the word democracy, it's about the people rule. I feel that is like this is a rule of nature. This is how nature works. Whenever you have a group of people living together, democracy will always happen. That is just how living creatures function. It's inherent in how the world works. Like, whether you live by hierarchies like we do, humans do, if you have a leader that makes stupid decisions and stupid implementations of the rules and whatnot and are corrupt enough, right? If they do enough stupid shit, the group, whatever group, it can be humans, it can be leopards, wolves, whatever, the group will take action in response. They will kill the leader, they will leave the group and form their own group with hookers and blackjack. They will just stop listening to the leader. They will stop they will replace the leader, right? There's many different ways that happens, but it's always the majority. It's always the people who makes the decisions. It's always the leaders or the rulers always answer to the people, because the power is always in the people's hands, even in a dictatorship, right? If you reach far enough that people are convinced that I don't want this, if enough people just decide that we don't want this dictatorship anymore, then you have the French Revolution. That power is always in the people's hands. It's always there, latent, just waiting for people to say no, right? So democracy is always there. So how do you... Like, you are just talking about the system and the people who are in place, the form of government. And your form of government, sure, it sucks. Just like our form of government. They suck. They do suck indeed. But what I'm arguing for is increasing democracy. It's always there. I want to increase it. How do we increase it? We make the people more involved. We don't improve the form of government. I mean, that is up to the people, right? If more people get involved, more people can have a say over what the form of government is. Right? And one way to do that is to vote for someone who does not end up within the government, like I'm doing. I'm voting for people that does not end up in this place. Right? And by that, because they know, like those parties know that, oh, we got this many votes, we need to work more to make changes. Like, for example, the Direct Democracy Party. They are working for changes in the form of government. They want to, their explicit goal is they want to change how the government works on, like completely change. And that's their one question that they're going for. And I voted for them, right? But that's me taking the only way in my system that the government actually listens to me is through the system. But let's say nobody voted for the Direct Democratic Party. What if they got 0 votes? Well, then they would give up. Right? They wouldn't continue work. Well, maybe they would continue work, but like their motivation would be lower than with however many votes they had, right? The more votes they get, the more motivated they have, like a reason to keep going, to keep working. So find someone to vote for. It's just 4 fucking hours, man. You can vote for someone you can vote for an anarchist who wants to tear the government down, right? You can vote for whomever you like. Just do that. Like, be involved, increase democracy. If you like the idea of democracy, that is, and sorry, that is an assumption from my part, that you want. I believe that increased democracy, from my definition, like more people becoming more involved and actually making decisions and thinking about the decisions, that will only have positive outcomes from what I believe. Let's see here. So I would say that yes, America is a democracy. The whole world is based on democracy. It's just how it works. So I disagree with your statement, Node Runner, that America is not a democracy. I would agree with you if you say that your system of government is fucked up and it doesn't really reflect what the people's votes, and I would agree with that. I feel the same in... Actually, no, it's worse. Your system is worse than our system. A lot of what happens reflects what the people say. It's just our problem is more that people don't say shit in Sweden. We just stay quiet and we're less involved than you are, I think, while our voices are more heard, I think. But again, that's from TV. Alright, so that little rant got me missing out on a lot of chat, so I have to catch up now. Blasphemous said, I would have better luck joining social media in hopes of changing that. Changing social media, that is. I mean, do that, sure, fine. You could do that. And that would also be part of democracy, right? Trying to change stuff from within. You can do both. I mean, it's just a couple of hours every 4 years, man. You can vote for someone. You can change for someone that wants to change social media, then you have increased your effect. Blasphemous says, my point is they are going to do what they're going to do because most people that vote are going to go along with it. Yep. And defend their side when they won while complaining about the other side when they lose. Yep. This is the only change we see in America. I mean, in your short-term perspective, yes. That is what you see from your short-term perspective. But it's... Humans are notoriously terrible. We're terrible at organizing ourselves in a way that is conducive and causing less suffering. Like, most of human history is filled with us just being terrible to other people. And life is better now for more people than it has ever been before. I mean, we have issues. We complain about a lot of issues. And I complain. I love complaining about issues because I love discussing politics, right? I love complaining about this shit. That's my bread and butter. Love it. I just love it. And having these political discussions, right? And even though, like, all of these discussions that I have, they don't have any visible effect. But think about Andrew Yang. Even I heard about Andrew Yang. He did a great fucking job of increased awareness of universal basic income. Without Andrew Yang, universal basic income would be way farther off than it is. Like, universal basic income, I see that as an absolute necessity for the future, right? And I want to change to it as soon as possible. Just like I want to go to a carbon neutral, well, carbon negative as soon as possible. And I mean, voting for people who does that is a strategy vote as well, right? There are stuff that can happen. I mean, maybe your vote doesn't matter, but just laying back and doing nothing will have less effect than doing something. You have to agree to that doing something is more than doing nothing. And that's what you're doing right now. You have these political ideas, but you do nothing to enforce them. So your political ideas are even more worthless than mine, and mine are completely worthless, right? I'm doing a little bit more. I'm going out and voting. So my political ideas have a stronger impact than yours have. Isn't that unfair? Even though it's not significant and you won't see it in your lifetime, it's still, there is a difference. You have to agree with that. Even though you will see no changes, you have to agree that all actions have impacts. No action has less impact than some action. I've got to agree to that. I'm pretty sure. Northerner says, I mean, I do live in the woods. Yeah, but you have electricity. You buy food in the grocery store. So you're not completely a hermit. You have internet, you have electricity, you buy food, you buy this and that, you buy computers. You don't do everything yourselves. You're still part of society, aren't you, Nodrunner? Blasphemous says, I don't like Trump. You'd think the world was ending with him as president because how the media made it sound. Yeah, fucking media, man. Sensationalists. I think that's a problem with consumerism. Yeah, I think that's a consumerism issue. Sensationalism. Sensationalism sells. Sad. Blasphemous say, I didn't notice anything different with him as president beside which side was complaining about who the president was. Oh, actually, I remember we had a discussion about that. There was this dude. What was he called? One of your presidents way back ago. Fuck, it was Banana Waffle Monkey talking about that. It was in the 50s or something. And the president said, I have never noticed any racial issues in this country. In my entire life. That's what one of your presidents said in the 50s. Right. Just because you don't notice anything doesn't mean nothing happens, right? Like having some people within the government trying to what do we have? Immigrant kids in cages. Like having people work to try to release the kids within the system. Isn't that... Well, actually, no. That's me arguing for results again. That's not the point. That's not the argument I want to make. I mean, yes, your vote will have an impact, but that's not the main argument. My main argument is just to be involved. And yes, from my definition, Node Runner, North Korea is a democracy. As I said, any dictatorship. The people of North Korea, if a sufficient large group of North Koreans, like, I don't know if 50% is enough, maybe more. If they decide, if they gain the knowledge that, well, maybe we want to change how we do stuff here in North Korea. If a sufficient group of people, and I'm talking the majority here, we're talking about democracy, right? The people. If the majority of the people, it might need to be more than 50%, I don't know. But a sufficient amount of people just says that we don't want to be a dictatorship, we want to do votes. Then they will start doing votes. It will take some time, but yes, from my definition of what democracy is, if the people decided to make those changes would happen. Even a king is responsible towards his... I mean, that's the problem the kings had, right? They had to balance, it's a balancing act, right? Trying to do what they wanted to do as well as trying to not have uprisings and being murdered and dethroned. You need to make a lot of people happy as the person in charge, right? You can't just do whatever the fuck you want. Like, you can't just decide, oh, I'm gonna start murdering people as the leader because that is my right. I want to have one person sacrificed to me every day. I mean, you could do that if you convince the people that this is the way. I mean, if you manage to convince the people that this is how life is supposed to work, then you could do that. But if you don't manage to convince the people, then you wouldn't be a king for a very long time, would you? See, it's always what the people agrees to. And it's not what they decide to, it's what they agree to. Right? I've been talking about that before, right? There's a pain threshold. Everybody has pain thresholds, right? If stuff happens, like if your country would switch over from the system you have now, like let's say that some people were afraid of it. I couldn't see that happen. Let's say that Trump just didn't leave. Let's say he didn't leave. Let's say he stayed in the White House. How long would it go before people started rising up? And, I mean, there's a big chance it would end up in a civil war in your country, right? That is because it's not about them. It's not about Trump. It's about the people and what the people agree to, and if their thresholds are reached or not. Blasphemous says, in America, our political parties and their supporters more so resemble cult members. Yeah, that's very sad. I feel for you. It sucks for you, man. Cult members rather than a sane group that wants to help us all. Yeah, they resemble that, but I mean, these cults still believe. I mean, from their point of view, they think they're helping us, you all, us all. That is what they're. That is their motivation. They believe that they know the truth. They believe that they know about objective morality, that this is the way that life is supposed to work, and everybody else is evil. I mean, that's. They believe that, and it's sad. I want them to be more educated. I would argue for greater education within that, because nobody has beaten Hume's guillotine. You have no philosophical backbone to stand on, and that's sad. Blasphemous says, eventually you just have to come to the realization that most people just don't know any better. Which is why we will always have this trash. Yeah, I mean, you will always have that trash as long as people are not educated. And how do we move towards a world where people become educated? Pray tell me, how do we move to a world where people learn philosophy, where people learn about Hume's guillotine, where people learn that there is no objective morality as far as we know, as far as the humanity, as far as humanity knows? How do we reach that point? You behave like you're arguing like the American system is just written in stone and that is how it will always be. I mean, from human history, the system that you are using right now is super fucking recent. It's super fucking recent. It's just been no time at all. It's an experiment, right? It's a very recent experiment that we're evaluating as we go along. Well, you're not taking part of the evaluation though, are you? Since you're not voting. Right? You will not always have this trash. Things will change, and they will change rapidly. Wherein, like, the world and society is changing faster now than it has ever changed before. It's changing all the time, and it's sweeping fucking changes. We don't notice them, but when you think about it, like, I remember from when I was a kid, gay, that word was a swear word. It was something you called someone to tease them, to mock them, to be mean to them. We don't do that anymore. Being gay in Sweden today is just fine. It's just being a normal person. But just a couple, 20 years back, it was still frowned upon. Nobody came out. Like, people stayed, they came out, but a lot of people stayed in the closet. 40 years ago, it was even fucking worse. It was considered a disease. I'm just guessing here, but you get my point, right? Stuff is changing fast. Very fast. And you're not taking part of those changes. Your voices are not heard. So I would argue that one of the reasons that you will always, one of the reasons this trash, as you call it, blasphemous, one of the reasons the trash will overstay its welcome, stay even longer, one of those reasons are because of people like you not doing anything to change stuff. And it's just a couple of hours every 4 years. I mean, it's like just saying nothing and the least you can do, right? If you can do nothing, then that is what you're doing. Then the least you could do is spend a couple of hours every 4 years. Noderunner says, you can vote for whoever you like as long as it's not Trump, says Noderunner. I think my vote would be thrown out if I voted for Donald Trump in Sweden. I think that would be counted as an invalid vote. I wonder how that works within democratic guidelines. Actually, thinking about the instructions were unclear, right? That is the consequences of throwing out votes. And that's a different question, though. Colgatin on tap says, yeah, it does. And I'm sorry now, I've been ranting so much, so Cat is a bit older, so it's a bit of out of context here. But Colgatin on tap said some time ago that, yeah, it doesn't make sense. Let's say funds from education can't be cut, and yet there are. Oh, right, it's about the mandatory compulsory Swedish teaching in Finnish schools. And there's only one party against it, is what Colgatin on tap says. And that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Left says that the funds from the education can't be cut, and yet they are for mandatory Swedish. Right, that says that funds for education can be cut, yet they are for mandatory Swedish. I'm guessing, my guess there is that is such a, like they're picking and choosing their battles, the politicians there, because that happens a lot, right? You have to pick and choose your battles in functional structures like that. What do you want to spend your effort in trying to work for or against? And I'm guessing a lot of the Finnish parties just says that, well, let's just keep the status quo. We have more important stuff to deal with. I think that is probably what a lot of those parties' logic for being for it, right? Just not making changes to. I'm guessing that Colgatin on tap. Maybe not. Maybe it is a hot button issue. I don't know. Blasphemous says, in a sane country. Oh, but I think we've talked about that before as well. Sane? What does sane mean? It kind of means like you're talking about common sense. And as I've said many times before, common sense is not common. Common sense, what people value as common sense, are fucking difficult. I mean, it takes education and learning. Like it's like math. You just don't get born knowing math. You don't get born knowing logic. Logic is, I mean, you have different aptitudes towards learning it, but it's something that is learned. Just pointing that out. So, what is a sane country? Don't know. I would not worry about going to a hospital to seek medical care. I would feel like it was worth my time. I mean, that's what you democratically decided in your country. That, well, it's what you agree to. You let it be like that in your country, right? To feel worried about that. And I mean, what is the way to change that way? What is the way to change those feelings? Like that is your political opinion, right? That you would want to, I'm guessing, universal healthcare, like free healthcare. Well, it's not free. Well, it's kind of free-ish in Sweden. It's super fucking cheap. That is what it is. There is a cost involved. You pay like $10 for a visit. But it doesn't matter what you're doing, right? You're paying. And you can also not pay more than $120 is the max amount you can pay for any medical care in Sweden for a year. If you reach that limit, then it's like, oh, for another year now, you will pay nothing. That is the system we have. I think it's just they don't want people to go in. If they just have a cold, they don't want people to just show up. I'm thinking like administration costs and something like that. I don't know. Something like that. I haven't looked into it. But how do you change that, Blasphemous? Like if you want to live in what you consider a sane country. Blasphemous says yes to something, but with what the media and cult members recite daily for 4 years, you would think that suddenly magically things would suddenly magically change under Trump and become so much worse. The cult members. I wouldn't. I mean, like I like to be critical with my sources, and that doesn't sound like it makes sense to me, right? In my worldview, stuff doesn't change that fast. Nodrunner says North Korean can't fight back against their government because they're kept weak. Ignorant. Well, I mean, oh, right, and they kept weak. Yeah, I see that point. They have to struggle just to feed themselves. If they're starving, it becomes difficult, right? Disobedience often means death. Yeah, so the majority of the people have been convinced to stay within the status quo. Right? I don't want to die, so I'll just play along. I won't go out and vote. I'll just play along. Right? Yeah, I don't know enough about North Korea, but whether it is that way or not, I can agree to having that as the point starting out. We can imagine that is the way, that all of the people are too starving to actually do anything. But I would still like. I don't think. Well, if it's just a struggle to survive. If you just struggle to survive, you don't have any time left for changing stuff. But then you also don't have any time left to do whatever the government wants you to do. You can't, like in a dictatorship, it's where the dictators makes all the decisions, right, of what you can and cannot do. Like what you're describing, well, the interpretation I get from what you're describing, if people are kept weak, that doesn't sound like a dictatorship. That sounds like where everybody's just fighting for food every day in and out. That sounds more like anarchy rather than a dictatorship. It doesn't sound like structure at all. Because if you're in that situation, you cannot be participating within the rest of society. You would it would be more like the hermit, right? You're out alone, scrounging for food in the forest. That kind of deal. Maybe. I think I'm misunderstanding or maybe strawmanning some of your points here, Nodrunner. I'm not quite sure. Blasphemous say, I don't look forward to the change that is coming. Not my change. I have zero to say in all of this because of the majority aren't even thinking for themselves. And Nodrunner agrees. All right. But, so you then disagree that with the statement that life is better for more people than percent based. We're talking percentages here, right? I'm talking percentages. You would disagree that life is better percent wise today than they have been before? Because I've read an amazing book that claims the exact opposite. That life is better for everyone, and all the trends, well, not all of them, but most the trends of human quality of life has been steadily increasing. I mean, we have this kind of curve, right? That it's a long time curve, it goes up, but it goes like this. So from any point of view, like short amount of time, it can be seen as either going up quality of life or going down quality of life. And right now, like, especially with what happened last year and the economy been all fucked about and many stuff like that, it seems like we're in a slump where it seemingly is moving downwards the quality of life for people, but the general trend is still moving upwards and have been for hundreds of years. But then again, also saying I don't look forward to the change that is coming, it's super fucking vague. You can define change however you like, right? And I will misinterpret that word change. Hashtag not my change, as you said, blasphemous. I will misinterpret that because your change is different from my change, right? So that talking about not my change is not really helpful, right? It's the same as voting. You're being super vague and I can interpret it as I want to, just as everybody else can interpret it the way they want to. I have 0 to say in all of this. So that means you do not, blasphemous, you do not agree with my definition of democracy. You do not think that the people actually are in control of what happens. So actually then, could we argue that point? Because I would love to hear some arguments against my definition of democracy. I would like something specific to see if it holds up to scrutiny, because this is an idea that I just had right. I haven't read it anywhere else. It's just an idea that I had, that the people always rules. That is how nature works. I would love some arguments against that. All right. No one agreed with something like that. Because from my point of view, you don't have 0 say. You always have a say in my worldview then. Looking at democracy the way I look at it. You always have a say. There's not serious. It might be 0.0001, but there's always a say. It's always about the group, the community. It's the group that's making the decisions, not the individuals, but the groups that makes the decisions. Colgate Innotab says, especially like when, alright, to the abolishing Swedish, right? That was some time ago. Oh, I'm feeling very ranty today. I'm enjoying this. I'm hoping you're enjoying it as well. Colgate Innotab says, especially like when the left is all about people having, especially like when left is all about people having any gender identity and almost whatever identity. But when it comes to language identity, it's Swedish for everyone. I don't see how those two are comparable. It sounds a little bit like whataboutism. It's two completely different questions. Like knowing a language is... I mean, your identity gets affected by what languages you speak, I suppose, because some ideas gets presented better within the framework of a certain language. But you could make the same argument for Finnish in schools, or English in schools, or Chinese in schools. So for me, that argument kind of falls a little bit flat. And it feels like it's all jumbled up and yeah, a little bit like whataboutism. Not quite, but it's like gender identity and language identity. I don't know. And I mean, the gender question, it's just popular right now because it has been showing up a lot on YouTube, and what's his name? Jordan Peterson made it a big fucking issue, right? I think most people don't care that much, not really, about it being an actual issue. I think it's popular. Like, I remember someone talking about that in the bathroom issue, right? That, oh no, men is going to go into the bathroom and to the women's bathroom. And I'm like, wait, what? How? Why? When? Who? That whole discussion doesn't make any sense, right? Like, who does that? And also, what problem would it be? Like, I think I've gone into the women's bathrooms a couple of times. No, maybe just 1 or 2 times. But I can imagine Well, let's put it the other way, because the women's bathroom will often have more queues. But let's assume that there's a long fucking queue to the men's bathroom. I'm not above just if the women's bathroom, if it's like, oh, there's an empty bathroom right there. Maybe I really gotta go, right? I can't wait in this queue. I can see myself just taking that bathroom. Colgatino Sap says we have unisex bathroom. Yeah, we have a lot of unisex bathrooms as well. We've got both. All right. Blasphemous says, I'm not worried financially about getting medical help. I'm worried about wasting my time going there for nothing because they just want to get you in and out without putting in the work to figure out what's wrong. Yeah. That sucks, man. For example, I go to the emergency room. They tell me it's a tension headache. Oh, we have that. We have similar issues in Sweden, actually. They just want to get rid of you. Understaffed and overworked. But that's still like a political... Well, it becomes a political question, right? That's the only way to change society about that. Well, either you can be more bourgeois. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I still can't. Either you can get more higher class and you can just pay for the services, right? And that's not how the world works. I'm pretty sure we all agree on that point, that that is not how the world works. So for the people who don't get to make the choices, the only way to affect that is through politics, right? And that requires voting. If you want to change that. I mean, not necessarily only voting. It's about talking about it and making it public knowledge and arguing for and against in a public forum so that people can vote along those lines. For now. That's the system we live right now, right? Those are the changes that happens right now, which is unfortunately. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. They tell me that it is an infection and gives me antibiotics and send me on my way. That sucks. Yet I have still no clue what is wrong and none of the treatments help. That fucking sucks, man. What defines quality of life? Oh, and that's the point, actually. Fuck. Do I know where the book is? He has many metrics. Right? One of the metrics is how much spending power, like actually, like how much money people have to spend on whatever they decide. And we have quality of life is life expectancies. How long do people live? We have quality of life. What else? But he had like the whole book is mostly filled with statistics, right? Because he was a statistics nerd, the one who wrote that book. What else did he have? Life expectancy was a big deal he talked about, and spending power. I think those were the most important ones. But he had other metrics as well. Yeah. We also have, like... Yeah, fuck, I don't remember, but stuff like that, right? Does that make sense, Blasphemous? Oh, a Node Runner says, that's why North Korea is such a shitty country. Everyone is so weak they can't even produce anything useful for society. Yeah, their structure is terrible, right? As far as I understand, I haven't been there, I haven't seen it, but that's what I've seen on TV and on the internet, so it must be true. Everyone is so weak they can't even produce anything useful for society. There is, however, a social elite who have better lives. Oh yeah, I think I saw some videos about that. They built like amusement parks for the social elite, yeah. Stuff like that. It's super fucking divided like that, right? Have better lives and learn to be productive if they have shown extreme loyalty to the leader. Oh, hello, Pomashishkin? Am I pronouncing that correctly? I think I haven't seen you before. Nice to see you. It is vanilla. 1.1. I haven't played 1.1 before, Factorio. And I've played it many times before, but I'm playing without any biters. As you may have noticed, I'm just sitting around and talking most of the time, not doing anything productive. So not having any biters makes me happy. Makes me happy indeed. And yeah, I have extra richness in all the resources. That is what another change that I have made. Other than that, it's super fucking vanilla, yes. Oh, I can't make those yet. All right. Let's see. And I mean, I agree with like. Let's assume that it's exactly what is happening in North Korea. I would still call it a democracy, right? I would say that, yeah, it sucks for them. And I mean, it sucks for them being killed when trying to speak up. I'm also pretty sure that that type, if that is the way they are doing things, I'm pretty sure that it's not sustainable. That, like, it's a super fucking difficult balancing act for them to pull off. And I think that I mean, that's just a guess, though, I suppose. My guess is that it's not sustainable, and people sooner or later would change how that society works. But yes, I would put that to people, even how weak they are, they could make those changes, right? We know for a fact that people can consider some issues worth dying for. That's the whole point of creating a soldier, right? So I can totally imagine like an uprising or whatever. No, that's not the button I wanted to press. But I would say that from my view of what democracy is, I'm not talking about the system of government. I'm talking about, it's like more like a law of nature. I don't like the word law there, but that is how nature works. That is, any group of living beings that live together in any form of society or grouping will follow the principle of democracy. That those people, their pain threshold is not met. They are being not mind controlled. What's the word I'm looking for? A lot of those people they don't have the knowledge, probably, and understanding that they can. Just like for thousands of years before the French Revolution, democracy was not, well, I mean, depends on how you look at it. Like as a form of government, the Greeks did it, I suppose. But like we had kings and queens making all the decisions, and those decisions were based on, right? They couldn't just on a whim decide whatever they wanted to. They had to make society function if some way. I don't know. Blasphemous says the direction I see society going to in the future is more of a social credit system, which I'd very much be against. Actually, I'm not so sure I'm against it. I mean, that Black Mirror episode scares the shit out of me. Holy shit, it looks so dystopian. It is so fucking scary. And what China is doing is also looking so fucking scary. But we have another way of looking at it. It's like the bit system in Twitch doesn't seem very scary. And that's a social credit system, isn't it? Right? Where the social credit is, it's not a score you have, but it's a currency that you gain. as a currency, I don't see social credit as a... But I don't know. I haven't put enough thought into it. But just the idea of social credit itself, I'm not so sure. It depends on how it's generated, how it's controlled. It would have to be decentralized for me to... And also it's not public, right? It can't be public. You can't use it to discriminate against people, right? That would probably be very dystopian. Probably. Probably. I'm not sure though. That's a guess from my part. Where's my copper? It's down here. Do I just flip this around? Half and half? Yeah, let's go half and half. Right, we put that. And what else do we need? Like we have this here. Actually, let's... Wait, do I want to have this here? Oh, I can make like a thing like that. Alright, so now we're up to the unisex question. I'm still behind on the chat. Blasphemous, I'm not sure I agree with that definition of quality of life. Oh, I mean, quality of life, it can be many different things. Quality of life. Actually, if I would define it, I was just thinking from the definition of that book, I would probably, I mean, I don't agree with it, but I would probably go with something along these lines. Wait, And I would probably guess that, yeah. This is probably, it's not a perfect way to define quality of life, but it's close enough, right? The hierarchy of needs, like we have these needs, food, water, warmth, rest. If we have all those things, that is considered increased quality. If we don't have these things, it is a decreased quality of life, right? Safety, security. Next, we get increased quality of life by all these metrics, right? That is kind of the way he looks at it, and that is kind of, I kind of would agree with that. We take all of these things could be considered part of quality of life. Increasing all of these things is increasing quality of life. What do you say to that? Blasphemous. I mean, it's quality of life is such a vague term, so I see your problem. But can we go with this? Would this be fine? Like all of these things. And I'm pretty sure all of them have increased on this planet. Maybe not this. Here it becomes difficult. Some would argue that internet is lowering this. I haven't seen any stats on this, but all of these are for sure increasing for all of humanity. Friends, I don't know. I'm thinking these, maybe. I mean, if we're thinking, now that's safety again. I was thinking about the gay people again, you know, not having to be in the closet as much. More and more people, I mean, that's the trend, right? That's not the global situation we're in, but the trend is towards acceptance of people. But that's not, well, maybe that is more intimate relationships, I suppose. But I don't think that's significant. I don't think that has increased that significantly. I don't know about these, but these I can say for sure. Feelings of accomplishments, I have no idea. No, I know these have increased. I don't know about these. I didn't finish reading the book. I have to be so I don't think, and I think he didn't care about these either. So I have not seen any statistics for this. But all of these, if these are considered quality of life, those are increasing. Colgatinotype, of course, it is true if it is on TV and on internet. Yes. If I see it on the TV and on the internet, like I see it right here, it has to be true, right? Blasphemous say you can live a long time and have a bunch of money, but your life can still be quite miserable. Yes, like up in these places. But compared to someone who's struggling, like if we take the North Koreans that we imagine not having enough food, they can live a long life, starving life, and that would be more terrible than this, right? All of these are increasing. And that is quality of life, right? People can be miserable up here, like not reaching this. Yeah, you can be miserable wherever. And that's self-reporting quality of life. And that is a different way to look at it, right? That's different from this. That is could also be considered quality of life. That is not the frame of reference I had. But I agree with you that quality of life, we could just go with self-reporting. How good do you feel? Because I know they have worked out in psychology different questionnaires that they use for that type of quality of life assessment. We haven't had them for a long time, and it's super difficult to measure them over time since the tools that are used, like IQ, you can't say anything about IQ at the 1800s because IQ was not a thing right then. If that makes sense. So, yeah, I mean, depressions are increasing. Probably. And that is a decreasing quality of life. And I would agree with that for sure. There are many things, because Blasphemous says, look at the suicide rates in Japan. Yeah, I would say there are many issues that lowers people's qualities of life. But I would agree with Maslow that these are more important, and that suicide rates are off the charts. There's still it's not like 1 in 10 people kill themselves. It's quite a small percentage of all people, right? Let's see. Nodorner says, but no society is sustainable. Oh, that's a very good point. Oh fuck, I don't quite remember my argument in that. Yeah, I was arguing that North Korea's, that argument falls flat. I have to agree with you there, Nodrunner. Everything changes over time. North Korea, however, has been around long enough that their Korean has diverged from South Korea's Korean. I mean, you could probably make a similar argument for even longer lasting societies, like with the kings and queens and all that. And then you could make arguments from our point of view that those were terrible as well, in a similar manner. People were starving, and that's what the French Revolution was all about, right? So yeah. Probably, like, if you take my arguments fall flat, because if you take a long enough period of time, everything becomes unsustainable, right? That's good point. Unfortunately, I don't quite remember why I made that argument. Let's see, what did Nodrunner say about North Korea before? It's such a shitty country, they're weak. Alright, yeah, but none of those things in themselves, like we're talking about a specific society and we agree that it's shitty, a theoretical society, or as far as we understand the knowledge we have about South Korea, it seems to fucking suck. Like, I've seen some interviews from people who have escaped or whatnot, and, well, if you escape a country, of course, your attitude would be that the place sucks, but like a lot of the people just live, right? Maybe they can find happiness. I don't know about the suicide rates in Japan. Maybe people can find joy. Maybe maybe they are not starving. Maybe they can live long lives. Maybe they have water. Maybe they have enough warmth. Maybe they are allowed to rest in North Korea. Maybe that is enough for the North Koreans politically not to rise up. They don't have security and safety. Probably not. Or maybe the majority of them feel safe within that system because they understand how the system works and they know how to live within it. And maybe that makes them feel safe. Maybe they don't have a lot of crime. I'm just spitballing here, you know? One could imagine that from some person in that situation, from their point of view, they could feel sufficiently like here not to take political action. One can imagine that some people can feel that. And one can imagine that also that not feeling secure, like not feeling safe, the fear itself is enough to not take political action. But then again, either way, whatever reason they have, either they don't think about it, they don't want to, they are afraid to, like sufficient enough people have not reached the threshold where they want to take political action in North Korea. From my worldview, from my definition of democracy, right? If, perhaps, just guessing here, like it's a theoretical country we're talking about, if starving increased and people would start to see their starvation, like people actually starting dying, I would guess that the number of people who would want to take political action to make changes, like big changes, maybe even small changes, would increase. It's a balancing act again, right? Like the worse things get, the more and more people, like the less food we get, I think it's a correlation, right? The less food and more starving people are, like we go down, the more people will start more and more people will feel like, no, we need more food, we need more food, we need more help. And at some point, it is possible to reach a threshold for enough people where the hierarchy, the people on the top, right? Well, just society itself, it doesn't have to be the people on the top. That's just society would need to restructure, or else something terrible will happen when this grows. Does that make sense? In the Korean example. Blasphemous says, the tech industry has already indoctrinated people to accepting a social credit system. There are people a tangent, off topic. There are people in Sweden who has actually operated in a chip in their arms. And they are happy about it. And I'm like, what are you doing? Please don't. Please don't do this. Please. Stop it. Stop it. That's my political views, right? Shining through. Blasphemous says that Twitch's bit system also doesn't punish. Yet. I mean, you have it was a fun statement, right? I found it funny the way you said it. Well, the way I interpreted it. It was funny. They aren't punishing people yet. But we also have no grounds to think they ever will. Right? I don't think so. I'm not well versed within Twitch politics, but I don't see any reason to believe they ever will start use bits for punishments. That seems like a bad business decision from their part. Blasphemous says, If you haven't noticed, most Twitch channels would completely forbid most of the things you let us talk about in here. Let? I would hope I would encourage. I love these kind of discussions, right? That's one of the big reasons I started streaming, was that I was hoping that I would be allowed to have these discussions. So from my point of view, it's you who are allowing me to talk about these things. But I can see, I mean, like most of the Twitch streams now, some of the Twitch streams that I enjoy watching forbid it, right? They say, no talking about this. And I get that, right? Because it's easy to get emotional and all that. I mean, I do get emotional. I try my best not to let my... Like, sometimes I fail, right? I'm guessing sometimes you will fail as well. I haven't noticed anyone, right? And start being rude about something. And that is why most Twitch, like a lot of Twitch channel would forbid talking politics and stuff like that. Because they want to have a civil tone and they don't want to deal with people being upset. And I guess that's fine. That's fine. That's not what I want to do. I want to keep a civil tone and talking about all these things. And allow us to get emotional and try and... If anyone gets emotional, I would hope that we would help each other out and just take some deep breaths. And let's think about it. Talk it through. I don't know. Something like that. Just to continue to keep a civil tone. Because I prefer the disagreements, right? I like the disagreements. I don't want any taboos. I don't... Yeah. That's... I'm super happy to talk about this idea about democracy that I have, because I really do want to know if I'm making a terrible logical error or something that I didn't think. I mean, I haven't thought about it logically. I haven't formalized my ideas about democracy, right? I haven't written a book about it, and I won't, even though I think it's a book worth writing. Because I think the idea seems very valuable. Especially since with the shift in focus from just looking at democracy, looking at society, and just evaluating the people on the top, the people. I think that's not a proper evaluation. Like any society, if you want to evaluate it, I would encourage people to look at the actual people, right? How does the people feel? Not how corrupt are the government. I mean, it's totally important to look at how corrupt your government is, of course. But you get blind spotted by that, if that makes sense. Let's see. No Donor says, one time I said free Hong Kong and got banned instantly. Wait, you got banned for free Hong Kong? Oof. That is rough. That is rough. But I mean, I get it. If they have like a rule, no politics, then that is politics, right? And you get banned. But banned, I mean, why not just time you out? Well, yeah, why not time you out with a message, right? Read the rules of the channel. Something like that. I don't know. Blasphemous says, I got timed out in a channel for saying the only reason Apple was giving people a free year of their subscription video service was in hopes that people would forget to cancel by then, and then they would get charged for it. I think that is one of the reasons. I wouldn't say that it was the only reason. I would say that that is a great way to earn money. I've worked for a company that had a great bit of money income from that. People just paying for paying invoices just because they show up in the mail for services they don't actually even use. Yeah. And I guess that's part of it. I wouldn't say that it's the only reason, but it's definitely a reason. Scummy reason, but yeah. Node says that's literally how free subscription promotions work. Not completely. Blasphemous agrees, yeah, lol. It's part of it, and it's super scummy. But one could also argue that it's about, here, try our subscription out. If you like it, you stick around. That is also part of it, right? One could argue, and they probably would argue, that, well, our subscription is all about letting people decide for themselves. They can cancel at any time. And I would actually give them that. I would give them that to say that, well, if people don't cancel and just keep paying, that's their fucking mistake, isn't it? That's their screw up, kinda. Well, no. Can I take that back? Yeah, let's take that back. I don't agree with what I just said. Part of me feels a little bit like that, but no. Not well. That's like more of a personal, like the Linux dude, you know. I want people to take control over their own computer usage and take responsibility for their own democratic responsibilities and stuff like that. But like politically, maybe ethically, I would get behind that statement. If you get scammed, no, that's putting the blame on the victim. Even ethically, that doesn't make sense. Like, I would never blame the North Koreans for not getting enough food. I would put blame on the government, the people who have all the control, right? And that they do these mind controlling things against the people, so that the people I think you see where I'm going with that, right? So I would not blame the victim, no. So let's roll that back. All right, so I got banned for saying shameless sellout. Nice Colgate on tap. Oh, actually, I'm very grateful to a lot of the things that you have said to me, Colgate on tap, when you call out bullshit. Because you have called out my bullshit a couple of times. I'm grateful towards that. Right? Yeah. Grateful indeed. Alright. Need you here. Alright. This is the way we need it. It's like it's easy to do bullshitty things, right? Everybody does it all the time. We're emotionally based creatures. We are not logical. Logic is learned, and a lot of our ideas that we have in our heads just floating around, all of us, they are kind of dumb. A lot of them, and we're not aware of them. That sucks for us. That's another reason, right? Like why I like these discussions, because it gives me a way to learn and become better from my point of view, to having less dumb ideas floating around. Well, the ideas are just dumb because I value them as dumb from my point of view. Like, there is no objective dumbness to any of the ideas, right? Just like there is no objective morality. Well, maybe there are some dumb ideas. Like trying to levitate. That's a dumb idea, I suppose. Having that intent. Just call back to yesterday. Node owner says, I feel like it's a bit naively to think that they're somehow just comfortable enough not to rebel. I think it's naive to think that the majority of them wants to rebel. It's fairly unusual to people wanting to rocking the boat. Usually where it takes quite a bit for people to want to rock the boat. We can get used to some terrible conditions. That is how people work, right? Like I think we've used that example before. I've used that like being in an abusive relationship. People fucking stay. People stay in abusive relationships. And I agree with your point that comfortable enough it's not really what I was going for. I was going for like there's a threshold that has not been reached. And that's my mistake for maybe using quality of life as a metric. But you know, if how do I put this? But I'm guessing you have a threshold for being prepared to take up weapons and fight in a civil war. Or defend your whatever, right? Something. Or you have a threshold to move. You have a threshold to do something about the life that you're living in. There has to be a threshold, right? You have reached some sort of threshold to make you move out into the woods, right? There has been some parts of society that you just... Well, no, not necessarily. I wouldn't know that. That's an assumption from my part. But let's assume some people move out into the woods to get away from some parts of society that they don't agree with. Right? Some people take action. Like, and it has to be like there are many parts of society that I dislike, and there's probably, if stuff got bad enough, I could see myself moving out to the forest, right? Not a complete hermit. I would not. I would still try to be part of society, but I would try to disengage as many like the parts that I didn't like. And if enough people do that, then the structure, like, if enough people move out and don't engage with a specific part of society, then that society has changed. Right? I'm not talking about individuals here. I'm talking about sufficiently enough people doing enough things. They can change their society without the leaders altogether, right? And they can overthrow the government if enough people wanted to overthrow the government, they could. The group, the big fucking group of 50% of people, if 50% of people said, today we overthrow the government, and actually meant it, ready to die for it, then the government would be overthrown. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's very unlikely to happen in our lifetimes. I would think that like external intervention maybe could change stuff for them. And I would guess that society is always ever shifting, ever changing. Like society changes. Culture changes. You said so yourself, like they change over time. And they can change. Those changes to society happens. It depends on the people. I think that is something what like I'm saying, right? That those changes to society happens based on what the people do and do not do, which I would call then the people, like not the individuals, but the groups are in control of what happens. And then for me then trying to increase democracy becomes all about thrusting responsibility upon the individual to be part of the decision making, to be part, taking an active role in all those changes, instead of a passive role, like what is that is what blasphemous have been arguing about quite a lot, right? That a lot of people are taking a passive role, and he finds that super frustrating. That people are just taking a passive role and just letting it happen and just enjoying the back and forth between the two different parties that are doing the exact same thing and nothing changes. That type of passivity. And that's like the oh fuck, I misdid my math. That's like the pragmatic argument behind my view of democracy. That if we put some responsibility on the individuals, then we can, if this view was adopted, right, we could start moving towards a path where actually I want to move these up, where people are encouraged to take that responsibility that I imagined for them. If that makes sense. Right? And the more people that are encouraged and are actually taking that responsibility that I imagined up for them, the more people doing that, my belief is that a more friendly society would become, if that checks out. So there's not only a metaphysical argument behind it, it's also a pragmatic political argument behind that view, I guess. And it might be naive, but also naive is not an argument enough to convince me to change my views on this thing, I don't think. I think you would need to be more clear. I think it's the other way around. They're kept in survival mode to prevent them from rebelling. Yeah. I totally agree with that. Like, I can see that happening, right? Again, it's like I've said, the people in the hierarchy who have a lot of power in North Korea, they do a balancing act, right? They're trying to make whatever they want, right? They like their lives and don't want it to change, so they try to keep the people doing what they want. I'm not arguing against that at all. It's a dictatorship, right? In a dictatorship, it often happens that way because of how easily dictatorships becomes corrupted. I'm not arguing against that at all. But the consequence is that people don't rebel, right? The leaders are succeeding in their thing. That is that does not break in any way from my definition of what democracy is. It's just the reason. I mean, in Sweden we don't rebel for many different reasons, right? It's not because we're kept weak. In Sweden we're kept complacent. Like in Sweden, we don't really have, well, we are moving towards becoming a police state, I suppose. So people are getting more afraid. So we're moving a little bit about in that authoritarian path, I suppose. Wait, no, I don't want that. Cancel that. A little bit we're moving in that direction, but mostly we are more in the people are lazy kind of. I mean, there are many different reasons why people don't make any political effort to make changes. Right? Does that make sense what I'm trying to get at there? Like, if their reason is they are afraid of getting killed, that is a valid reason. Just like, oh, my life is pretty good, so I'm gonna be, I'm lazy, so I don't care. That's also a valid reason. I mean, there are many different reasons to increase and decrease this type of democracy. It's just the people there have not reached a point. They have, let's say that there is, let's assume that a majority, let's say 70% of all North Koreans. Let's assume this. I don't believe this is the case, but let's make the assumption. Let's make the assumption that 70% of all the North Koreans would want to overthrow the government. They have this need. But they are afraid of losing their lives. They are afraid to organize. They are afraid of failure. All that fear. That is, I mean, that means that the threshold has not been reached. I mean, the threshold is not on us individual by individual. Well, it is an individual by individual basis. But the structure has raised the threshold because the consequences are death, right? So it becomes way more difficult for the North Koreans to get over a threshold to get politically involved. Like, because you have to get over the fear of death, kinda, if that makes sense. While in Sweden, or for you guys, you just have to need to get out of the, oh man, I need to spend these few hours once every 4 years. That threshold, that well, not laziness, I mean, and actually I want to apologize for that immediately, because that was a fucking straw man if I ever heard one. I'm sorry. That's not at all your motivations. That was rude of me. Look at myself, because actually, now I don't know how to frame that. I was on a railroad somewhere and I stopped myself in my tracks. We could imagine people being that, well, probably not. That breaks against the principle of charity, right? Saying someone doesn't vote just because they're, no, fuck, that's the assumption that lazy is a bad word. Did we find another word to use instead of lazy? Efficient. If someone is efficient enough to not go and voting because, like, for any reason, like, either way, the threshold is it's much easier to go to do political actions when you're not afraid of death. If that makes sense. Do you feel like I answered your argument there, Nodrunner? I'm not sure I did. In my mind I did. I'm not sure I did in your mind, or if I actually answered the argument that was in there. Blasphemous says, we could be in the greatest depression in American history, but we would never know since people are too busy pretending their life is better than it is on social media. I mean, you could. Well, some things are easy to measure, though, because people who are starving are not pretending their lives are great on social media. And I'm pretty sure you've had starvations in America before. I'm pretty sure I heard something about that recently, that you, like the dust storms, that led to a lot of people dying of starvation, and that would be considered a worse depression. Don't you think, Blasphemous? So maybe not the greatest, but you could be in a greater depression than the Great Depression that they called it in your history. Colgate on Tap said, I would have said shameless ban after that, but I couldn't because I was banned. Colgate on Tap says they think they have a really great leader. The North Koreans? Some probably do, right? Fear is one thing, and they can be mind controlled. Like it's a cult, right? If it's like a cult, they can believe that their leader is great. Some of the people believe that. I'm sure of it. Others want to rebel, but they won't because of fear. Others are efficient and just don't care. They are happy enough with their lives. I mean, there are a million different reasons. There are some million different reasons why people don't take political action, and the reasons don't really matter. Like, the consequence is that not enough people take these political actions. Not enough people have the motivation to do it, and therefore stuff won't change. If they reach that where enough people won't change for whatever reason, it doesn't have to be a rebellion necessarily. It just, if enough people want something to change, that thing will change. That is what I'm saying. If enough people, yeah, exactly. If enough people really, and I mean really, it's not just want, but are ready to take action to make something change. Like, and that action could be just moving out into the forest. Right? It could be just moving out to the forest. It doesn't have to be uprising or anything. Just enough people taking action. Node Runner says, I still don't agree with you. North Korea is not a democracy. Oh, and I think I've been unclear. I'm trying to move away from saying something is a democracy altogether. I'm saying that all groups of living being, like any groups living together, function within democratic principles, in that the society's structure is based on the majority of the people. Right? I'm not saying a democracy. I'm not saying that they have the right to vote or something like that. That is not what I'm trying to say, Node Runner. I'm trying to say that if enough people, like if the people make changes, if the people, for whatever reason, the reasons doesn't matter, if the majority of the people have a strong enough will and take action to make changes, those can be individual, they can work together as a group, it doesn't matter. But if they do, the society will change. That is what I'm saying. I'm saying that is, like, as I'm saying, I'm hesitant to use the words law of nature, but I don't know how to put it. That is a principle of grouping living beings together. That is what happens. Does that make sense? Oh, and Colgate Tab said, why would government matter to them if they are dead? Well, I mean, they are alive now, and the government can matter to someone who is alive. And it can matter because they don't want to die, which is a want that most people in our world, anyway, that's something that most people don't want to do. Most of us, anyway, don't want to die, as far as I'm aware. I need to build inserters, but I can't build inserters. Wait, do these have 3 or 2? No, they only have 2. which means I need to handcraft some of these. Let's see. Where was I? You feel the desire to rebel by having them fight amongst each other. Yeah. I mean, that is a strategy, right? For someone trying to take top-down control over a society. If you can manage to do that, and I'm guessing you're arguing that in your society, in America, you are feeling that desire of rebellion, and you fool people, like trick people to... I mean, any people who are tricked are still not... Then they are not taking that political action, right? Nodrunner says it's an extra straw man because voting is done by mail in my state, so it's even easier. I don't have to spend any time to vote. Yeah, exactly. And as I said, I apologized, trying to put motivations that you had expressed your motivations, right, for not voting. For you, not voting is a political act. You're doing it on purpose, right? So me claiming otherwise was rude of me. Right. Done by mail. Mail voting. I like that. Yeah. Making it easier for people. I like that. Colgate Innotab say they are indoctrinated to think that their leader, they think of him as a messiah. Yeah, right. That's pretty much what I've heard as well. That's one strategy, right? Which works to lessen the democracy, right? Because that's what I'm talking about a lot, right? I'm talking about increasing democracy, like increasing the involvement of the people, or decreasing the involvement of the people. You can have strategies to put in place to increase or decrease how much people are involved. And in North Korea, they have a lot of strategies to keep people not involved and to obey whatever law they put forth, right? And one of that way is indoctrination, right? Worshipping your leaders as messiahs or gods or whatever. Blasphemous say, I believe after what happened in our recent election, they will change the way voting is done to make it less anonymous. Which will make it less anonymous, and we'll have to take their word on it. Yeah, that's... Yeah. I mean, that's such a difficult way to put it, because one of the things it's that it has to be anonymous, right? It shouldn't be influenced, but then again, it is super influenced, so it's another fucking difficult discussion, that is. Nodrunner says, action in the form of force? Not necessarily. Like, I mean, it depends on how you define force. Right? If you rebel, that I would consider that force. If you define just moving out into the forest as force, then no. But that is an action. Like, I don't know how much forest they have in, or how much they have control over the forests in North Korea. I have no idea, but in my imagination, some people that just don't want to be part of their society, that really doesn't want to, one action they possibly could take. I mean, people have fled. That's one action. But I'm guessing that people could just move out into the forest and not be found. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's a real thing. If that's even possible. I think like some countries care more about that than others. Some structures care more about that. I think it would be way easier in your country, for example, than in our country. In our country, that would be fucking difficult. But then again, also you would have to live without the electricity and all those things, which sucks. Yeah, I remember. We've talked about that before, Blasphemous, right? He says that I've seen a lot of American worshipping their politicians too. And that again, that's... I'm not trying to be conspiratorial, and it's like I don't think they're doing it to be malicious, but it's a strategy to gain power, to try to get worshipped. Right? And part of me thinks that the system we have where with our representative democracy, like when we're talking about the actual structure, the implementation of it, that ends up in a popularity contest. And in a popularity contests, we people love worshipping other people. We like doing it. We like having role models and whatnot. And in a popularity contest, that gets enhanced, I think. We like to get excited. There we go. I was almost using the word hype. But we like to get excited about stuff, right? Blasphemous asks, in your country of Sweden, would it be easier to decide I'm going to live in the woods from now on? Your country of Sweden, it would be... Oh, than in North Korea. Yeah, I can imagine that it would be way easier here to decide I'm going to live in the woods from now on. Than in North Korea. But I think it would be even easier in your country. Especially if you went south, because the winters here, holy shit. Surviving the winters here in Sweden all on your lonesome without electricity. Man. That would suck. Oh, man. No fucking way. I wouldn't do it. But that's not about the social structure. That's about where we are. Like, north and south, kinda. Colgate in on tap. I heard they are indoctrinated in USA to worship their flag. Maybe. Blasphemous. Thinking critically is now thought of as being a conspiracy theorist. Is it? By whom? Who's thinking that? I'm not thinking that, I don't think. I wouldn't equate the two. I even find value in conspiracy theorists. I mean, a lot of times I find them silly and dumb and doing stupid shit from my value judgments, right? But I still feel that they have a valuable role to society. Even though they're often spouting bullshit, that bullshit comes from... We people are emotional creatures. And a lot of the bullshit they spout, it doesn't come from like a logical mode of thinking. Right? It comes from some emotions. Right? Does that check out? Wait, no. Wait, fuck. How do I pick up one? Can I pick up one? Fuck it, let's just... That's fine. No, there we go. I picked up one. Perfect. Oh, fuck, this discussion has been going on long. I've been sitting and just doing nothing. But it's... Do I have time to switch over? Yeah, let's switch over. We can go. We can save the game. Like, oh man, it was such a good decision. I'm so happy with that decision to play Factorio. A little burned out from all that Gen 2 work and all the other stuff. So just having something chill. Not having to do anything. Just talk and, yeah, chill. That was what I needed. And some ranting. Yeah, some ranting. Oh, ranting feels good, man. Oh, that's too loud. Blasphemous says, yes, many conspiracy theorists go with the hype of a new story to believe in. Yeah, I can imagine that. I can imagine that indeed. As I said, emotional creatures. Common sense is not common. Logic is fucking difficult. Anyone who says differently is mistaken. It is learned. We learn logic. We learn how to think better. Alright, so actually, did you feel I answered with the thing? Did I, with the democracy thing, Node Runner? Like, I'm not trying to claim, like, I'm not going from this definition, right? That's why I'm showing this definition so often, right? I'm not going by this definition, not at all. I'm just going from that the people rule. I look at it in a different light. I'm not looking at the government. I'm not looking at the dictatorship. I'm just looking at how groups of living beings works together. And I kind of feel like it's always the majority. Well, majority becomes a little vague there. I don't necessarily mean 51%. Just mean that the structure of society is based on what all the people do. And people will do stuff based on political ideas. And they might be convinced not to do stuff based on their political ideas for any reason. But it's still within the people as a group to make those decisions, even though those decisions themselves could be considered to happen in the subconscious of the group. If that makes some sense, I suppose. Colgate Innotab says, one friend of mine says logic it's easy. It's just 1 and 0. Well, we're not talking about the same logic, are we then? And again, your friend is mistaken, because it's not just 1 and 0. You need to learn about 1 and 0. You don't instinctively know logic, right? There's no such thing as common logic or common sense or simple logic. Here we go. Node Runner says, I've managed to become the number 1 on the achievement boards, leaderboards for Steam. Wait, what? A slow website? What is this? Is this like all of Steam? Are you number 1 in achievements on all of Steam? That sounds amazing. Good job and congratulations. I've noticed that a lot of times people say congratulations for something where they should be applauded for having done a good job. Right? Congratulations is about stuff that happens to you, right? This didn't happen to you. You made it happen yourself, so you made a good job. Right, Node Runner? I think so. Node Runner says, I think we agree on a lot. But you think power comes from bottom up? Yes. Whereas Node Runner thinks it comes from top down. That's very poignant of you. Thank you. I like that, the way you put it. Yes. Yes, I do believe that it comes from... I mean, power is an abstract idea, which we need to define. That makes me super happy. We can define what power is and where it comes from. Because that is... I have been super vague about that. I haven't talked about it at all. Just because you don't instinctively know something, it doesn't mean that it isn't easy. I mean, yeah, you've got a fair point, Colgate on tap. And one thing that is not easy is logic. Well, and I mean, we have different aptitudes. For some people, it's easier than for some other people. So again, even though you would feel that something is easy, it is difficult for someone else. And if it's difficult for someone else, then it's not common sense. Then common sense is not a real thing. And simple logic is not a real thing. It is simple and easy for you, while it's difficult and hard for someone else. So assuming that someone else should be able to do anything that you are able to do is rude towards those people who do not have the aptitude, right? And it's painting a mistaken picture of how reality works. Blasphemous says it becomes easier the more you try. Exactly. Don't give up. Failure is giving up, as someone said yesterday. I don't think I agree with that definition, but yeah, try more, fail more, learn more. Here we go, achievementstats.com. This is for the whole of Steam, right? That's it. Oh my god. So you're like the top #1 of something in the world. That is kind of cool. That is super cool. Right? Nodrunner? Yeah, good job and congratulations. Great success. Great success indeed. I'm a little bit starstruck now, so I need to take a break and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.